Ooh. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to begin the stream with a cough. Okay, friends, this is a special for the people of Curry County down there with the Anvil fire. I'm sorry I could not broadcast the community meeting live. I didn't know about it because I just slept for about 16 hours after, being awake for 2 days trying to cover the red flag situation we had. And I was too nauseous to sleep. I've been fighting a bug, but boy, I needed that sleep and my fever broke. I'm happy to report, friends. So as people trickle in, I want to make sure I can tell you guys what this is about and how to use this. There's a lot of people on online who will refuse to use Facebook, but this is where the community meetings are usually held. Hey, Christopher, how are you? I wasn't planning to stream much live tonight, so this won't be an all-nighter. This is quite a long community meeting. I'm going to try to manage it as best I can. I think it was troubled with their upload, and then it became very professional and good looking, like how live ones would be troubled. So the point is this. If you need to go back, oh, hello, Mark, how you doing? Hey, don't step. Awesome. So I'm going to start the video. This is like an hour and 20. I don't think we're going to let it play like a whole 1 hour and 20. I only saw at the end. Hello from Northern Cal. Hey, guys. I want to make sure that the people who don't use Facebook, which is a lot of people, can watch this. This is why we're putting it on YouTube. I'm going to stop and start it whenever there's some ambiguity, like if they use firefighting terms and whatnot. The Anvil fire is of the greatest concern at the moment that I have. Then we'll do a bit more of a fire roundup thing afterwards. So if in the middle of this video you need to go back to where the community meeting started, the people who are in Curry County especially, then please remember that my broadcast is live. So if you're watching 20 minutes behind what I'm saying, what can happen is I see the chat and questions are from what happened 20 minutes ago. So catch up to us by either touching your screen and or clicking. And there's going to be by the volume area, it'll say live, for my video here. Make sure that is pressed and you'll be back up to speed with us so that I can answer, so we can all be on the same spot. So what I have no idea what has happened during the day because I just woke up from that epic sleep, like I said. This illness has done a number on me. I may have an infected tooth tomorrow. I am seeing the dentist on emergency to check that out. That could be explain the having a fever for 3 weeks. I haven't had any pain, but it's been weird and mysterious. So I just wanted to report to my people who worry about me. I'm doing my diligence with my health, and then I have a online doctor appointment after the dentist to see what happens with my regular doctor, what she makes of the situation. So I'm doing everything to get well. I can call you Grease for short. Okay, Grease. I liked your old name too. What was your old name again? I'm so sorry. I have a notebook for people that change their names. I think I lost a page. So I just want quickly, I'm trying to eat my food here. I don't think the meeting went an entire hour and 20 minutes. It's a little bit troubled with Facebook to try to scroll through it. There was a Zoom portion that Smitty said he watched much more of it than I did that I think was interrupted. But this will, maybe it's this portion. As we watch this together, put questions in my chat, and I'll try to explain what they might be talking about. Already a little bit they were explaining, like, we use a lot more water drops than retardant because it's better for us. And I'm like, please explain why. So I have my guesses at it, my educated guesses, but that's slightly frustrating. I'm going to leave the comment section on the right as the real time comments came in from people who were watching the community meeting live. They talked about at one little point evacuating Port Orford. They said that word, and that's really pricked my ears up. They said if we had to, we would do this. I don't know if that was an offhand comment, such as just trying to illustrate something, or if that's something they're considering. But that's quite serious to even drop that as a word. So, oh my God, Mark, that's why you're gone. You had a heart attack on the 3rd. Oh yeah, prayer sent, definitely. I've been praying for you for a long time though. How are you recovering, Mark? Mark's one of our mods, guys. Even in ill health, he's been there for us for more than how long have you been with us? Like 2 years almost, right? You're wonderful, Mark, and I'm glad to see you back here. And wow, of course, anything you need, Mark, just let us know. But prayers are default sent for you, of course. So we are a very supportive community here. You can also just talk about other things. Support how people can emotionally deal with fires and just talk amongst yourselves. That's fine. The general rules are no big arguments that have no solution, like is global warming human caused or not, and stuff like that. No trashing political parties or groups and stuff because that will just cause a war in chat. You know what I mean? We can talk about like individual policies that politicians and such may have, or opinions, or what they say about how it relates to fire, but just about how we want to keep a conversation solution oriented and brainstorming oriented rather than let's be bitter and tear each other apart. It's not for anything here. But if you want to talk about the weather, where you're checking in from, and say hi and pat me on the head, and especially our mods who sacrifice a lot of their free time to be here, please give them a hand. You know, don't just express appreciation for me or anybody else. Them, I can't do this alone. It's hard enough to juggle broadcast, let alone anything else. I want to check real quickly on some other fires just as a quick thing because I want. I know it's 8:27 and people in the countryside go to bed early, so this will be here tomorrow. Anybody who wants to watch the community meeting tomorrow, it. But if anybody wants to check in now as they're prepping for bed or whatnot, I want to get this started. But what I want to make sure I'm not ignoring some current situation with the fires. So if you want to tell me in chat if you guys have been following fires today, I want to make sure that I'm not missing something. I know a few began today. I don't know if any were a factor or if they took off. Watch Duty gave me 20 updates, and some of them are just updates on acreage and whatnot. I know that there was the Deadwood fire today. We try to cover Oregon, Washington, and California. It was in Madera County, California by Oakhurst, and it was contained 2 hours ago. That's great. To just make sure I'm not ignoring a current situation. To then once I start the community meeting, it could take quite a long time. So there was a fire today of 30 acres in Siskiyou County, near Wild Lake, Siskiyou County, California, I would imagine. Yeah. And that was 30 acres. 5 hours ago, there's an update. It was at Marble Mountain Wilderness. So they had the potential for moderate growth. So they have completed line around it today and are mopping up today. Yes, that's awesome. We continue to have earthquakes off the coast of California and along the coast range of California. No, excuse me, off the coast of Oregon. And then on the coast range of California that are above, 3.0s. We had a 5.8 off the coast of either Washington or Oregon, kind of right around the center. It did not generate a tsunami the other day, but I've been quite nervous about it. So I've noticed that on my phone there's updates for those sorts of things. There's an Elliott fire in Siskiyou County. update 6 hours ago with evacuation warnings and such. But that has been going on. It's one of the older ones. Update that was at 13,500 acres. But they lifted an evacuation warning for one of the zones, and so that just looks better. We'll check. Right now, I think we should check the weather to make sure I'm not missing any current red flag things, and then we'll start this Anvil fire meeting so that I can continue eating my food. So if I turn on my radar, the current situation, there we go, for our states is I don't see thunderstorms anymore, right? Except for, in Nevada. We have a freeze watch. Was that Mono County, California, or anywhere, every northeast portion of California? Yay. Fire struggle in cold water, cold air, excuse me. And so there's a freeze watch with that new Morgan fire that's over there by Paisley, Oregon, east of Klamath Falls. So who knows? They could get snow somewhat soon. It's possible. It doesn't snow heavy over there, but like I said, the Anvil is our big concern. I was quite surprised yesterday that it went red flag without any sort of a warning by the Weather Service. We thought we were going to be monitoring the crazy red flag, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 10% humidity, especially eastern Washington. And then boom, the Anvil fire went red flag. So we don't have that anymore. We have high winds mostly off the coast, hazardous seas warning and small craft advisory, warning off Port Orford. So we still have these winds coming out of the north by northeast that looks like they're continuing from yesterday. And so this is why we want to make sure that we cover the Anvil pretty well. But I'm glad that red flag thing was lifted. Excuse me. Let's look at the general forecast for it, and then we'll get that community meeting rolling. So for Curry County, by the Elk River, just east of Port Orford, we have current conditions of 54 degrees. It's great. Anything 70 degrees and colder than that is great for wildfires. A nice 62% humidity right now. So the rest of what, quote, today is haze with partly cloudy. The low is going to be 52, winds 12 to 20 miles an hour from the northeast, changing to 17 miles per hour from the north by northwest. Chance of precip is 10%. And upcoming, we have a slight chance of light rain, areas of smoke, skies mostly clear, high temperature of 63. Great. Winds 18 miles an hour from the north by northeast. So talk about tomorrow, which is not so great. I mean, that's sustained wind. That's not gusts. So we want to definitely keep Anvil fire people in Curry County in our prayers and definitely monitor this. Tomorrow, since I have 2 back-to-back doctor appointments, plus I'm going to be drilled, they're going to replace a filling that broke in half, which could have maybe caused this crazy 4-week-long mild fever situation I've been in. Perhaps that's the problem. I will not be streaming tomorrow at all, I don't think, because I'll be pretty high on nitrous and unable to speak well without chewing my own sides of my mouth. So I want to do as much justice here as I can. And then perhaps Thursday I may be back. So we've got rain coming, though, either Thursday or Friday for most of Oregon and maybe some part of California. So this is one of those tough weeks to get through, but we're getting through it. So let's look at wind speed specifically. Why is that not allowing me to click? Oh, it's because I was already on it. So they're talking about wind gusts up to 23 miles an hour and 25 tomorrow. So let's watch the community meeting. I really do hope they touch upon that, the current forecast. Okay. Any questions in chat right now? Hey, Spinny, how are you? Welcome, Joe. Welcome back. He says back soon, watching big fire under a big rocket. I missed so many things in life. So let's go back to the Facebook Anvil Fire community meeting. And like I said, I have comments that are live on the right side. I'll turn off my cam. Let's see, can we go all the way to the back? I really hope it allows me to seek in the video without kind of stuttering. Kind of does sometimes. And then I will pause and try to explain anything that seems ambiguous or is special comments, that sort of thing. So let's play this. Let me adjust volume. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page, make sure it's going to be okay here. No, I don't want it full screen exactly. Okay, play. Okay, all comments, real-time comments. Get my face out of there. Okay, I think it is playing. Let's see if we can fast forward a little bit. Anvil Fire community meeting. Oh, there's no keyboard controls. Great. Oh, there they are. Okay. So it looks like the first minute was gonna be on there shortly. Ah, okay. Here's where it began. Okay, play. And we have no sound. Okay, fixing it. Okay, properties. Speakers. Okay,
Started. If you're still trickling in the doorway, there are still a few seats up here, and we'd be happy to have you come and join us. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. I am Jessie Bender with Great Basin Team 4, a public information officer. On behalf of the team and the local agencies, we really appreciate you coming out, and nice to see many friendly faces again. You all already know where the exits are, correct? Okay, I just wanted to be sure. In the back, we've got one, and over here again. So thank you so much. I'm going to start with just a couple of the stats on the Anvil Fire tonight, and then you're going to hear from a lot of the same folks you did a couple nights ago, from our land management and from our agency representatives, from the Forest Service, the Coos Forest Protection Agency, not fire, and then from operational personnel and our incident meteorologist also on what our outlook is looking like for the next several days. The Anvil Fire now we're measuring at 13,350 acres. That is mapping based on technology today for infrared technology. And it's not as precise as you might want to hope that it is based on this map. So we want to point this out, that there's a couple of spots where we do not think the fire is showing quite as far as it is. For example, there's a spot where it looks like it's crossed the road, and we do not believe it is. We think that's the technology. We'll have better mapping available tomorrow. So I want to point that out. We're still 0% contained, but we now have 847 total personnel assigned to the Anvil Fire. Spots 34 fire engines, 21 crews, and 4 helicopters. In addition to the 4 helicopters that are assigned, we've been borrowing and sharing helicopters with some of the area fires and also from the local forest also. Just today alone, they've dropped over 68,000 gallons of water from the helicopters on the fire, and that was as of about an hour and a half ago, so they've been busy since then. When our team first got here, which is now a week ago, there were only 353 people on the fire. At that time, there were 13 engines, 9 crews, and 4 helicopters. So we continue to increase the number of personnel and the equipment and resources that are assigned to the incident, and we'll continue to do so over the coming days. Right now, we are the #1 priority in the geographic area, which includes all of Oregon and Washington, and in the entire country for fire. So this is a high priority fire, and that means we're able to get a lot of the resources that we need, and the support of the local agencies is very, very strong as we work with all of our cooperators. And that includes the sheriff and the county and many others who are involved in the background, helping Great Basin Team 4, who is here to provide the support to the firefighters, especially to ensure that they have the food and the supplies and the tools and the resources that they need to go out and do the hard work on the ground every day. This is, as I said, our 7th day here on the fire, and we will be here for probably another 7 days before another incident management team comes in to help continue to support the local agencies. And that's really why the team comes in, is to be a part of that partnership and relationship and to help support the agencies and ensure that they can continue to do what they need to do in management of their people and their resources with the help and support of the specialists that come with the incident management team. Our goal is to limit the impacts from this fire, whether that be to the natural resources, the cultural resources, to the communities and businesses, and all of you who are affected by this. And so we're going to talk about the evacuations some more this evening. We're going to talk about those closures, and we're going to talk about the relationships and support that all of the agencies have as we work together on this. Last stat I want to share with you is helicopters dropping water on the fire, as I mentioned earlier, over the past few days. On September 16th, they dropped over 90,000 gallons. On the 17th, they dropped over 227,000 gallons. Yesterday, it was over 174,000 gallons, plus almost 19,000 gallons of retardant. The retardant that comes from the air tankers has been used on this fire, but not nearly as much as the water dropped from helicopters, just because of the efficiency of that resource. Retardant is a very helpful tool to us, but it is not always the right tool. And so that's why we've been using water a lot more than we have the retardant. It's the more effective and efficient resource for what we're trying to accomplish.
Now here's my first. Dang it, please explain. I'm going to point out in the comments, we have somebody saying, is Port Orford in any danger? I'm sorry, people on a cell phone, that this is like tiny words. So I tried to make at least the captions big, which is excellent. This is a very high quality stream. I'm very happy and proud of the whoever, the unsung heroes of the media specialists who are on this fire to give public information out. Good lighting, good sound. Great video. This is great. However, when they say stuff like we're using water instead of retardant, why? Why? So, I mean, I can answer a little bit of that with educated guess. Retardant is basically water with some retardant in it, which is basically kind of like manure and red dye, so you can see where it is. So retardant is best for like splashing vegetation, and as a fire reaches it, it's a speed bump for fires, so that ground crews can respond, and it keeps the fire itself in the heat of the day from evaporating it, and it makes it much harder to eat that vegetation. So with water itself, water is better to just directly splash on flames, where say spot fires have gone especially. And with all this wind that's happened across roads and things. It's also better to just take heat out of a perimeter portion, so that fire crews can stay in an area, like stay on a road and handle it and get close to it without, as much danger to them. So water is usually splashed directly on the flames as best as they can do that. It is also way better for protecting individual homes by helicopter. Planes don't usually drop water. They usually drop retardant, but okay, scoopers, of course, scoop water. So I hope that answers that question, but this is just one of those where I would hope that they would have had explained it for this particular situation better. So, for example, if like there's a single tree that's dead and it's on fire, just a helicopter may go and try to just extinguish that one tree, because dead trees that are standing are the ones that produce the most crazy embers. And then as soon as they get weak, they collapse and they throw flaming debris everywhere. And that can be on top of the branches of the trees right next to them. Dead trees are like the worst thing on earth that are still standing for wildfires. So let's continue. But I want to point out in the chat that there is Port Orford in any danger, and that is what I would love to know too.
So before I turn over to our first speaker, to Jake Wynn, the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest, I do have a couple of introductions that I want to make to of others in the room tonight who are here, but who you won't be hearing from directly. First is John Pendergast, who is an air resource advisor, and he's here to help us monitor the smoke and air quality. He's a super help to us in sharing that information with you on health concerns. Steve Leidick from the Bureau of Land Management is here this evening. Brenda Mead from the Coquille Tribe. Thank you, Brenda. Tyler McCarty from...
Coquille, man. Coquille Tribe. It's a Coquille River. It's a QU, so it's okay. I want to say something about Port Orford, though. I've already looked at, briefly on other streams of mine. Do they have defenses? Is Port Orford defensible? And very much so. Depends on if the fire would try to go down the Elk River to it. The Elk River is not pointed directly at Port Orford. It's kind of meanders and goes off to the north. But even if, say, a powerful east wind or something tried to push it due east over ridge tops, there are plenty of roads on the ridge tops east of Port Orford. So I think they have, it looks good compared to many towns I've ever seen. So let's continue.
CFPA, Tyler's there in the back. And last is Dan Quinones from the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest as well. One partner that I want to draw attention to is Jerry Colivas. Jerry's with the Red Cross, and he will be here this evening if you have questions afterwards about evacuations and so forth. He will be here as a resource for you. So with that, thank you. I want to turn it over to Jake.
Good evening. I imagine a number of you were here before and saw me speak. I don't want to, just be repetitive. But there are a few key points I want to make. First, welcome and, thank you for coming tonight. And we're happy to have this opportunity to give you some information, help you understand what's going on with the Anvil fire. So first off, as Jesse explained, this is a real team effort. They're an incident management team, and we've asked them to come here to help us manage this fire. With 800 and some people, a lot of equipment, helicopters, everything. It's a huge job. The care and feeding of the firefighters and making sure the operational work goes as it should and is in the right place at the right time. So we've got a lot of organizations here, we work with the sheriff. You'll hear from the sheriff. We work with the county. You're going to hear from a number of us tonight. I just want to let you know it's a real team effort, and the incident management team has come from the Great Basin. They've left their communities, and they're here to help this community, and so we appreciate that. They bring an incredible amount of skill, expertise, and capacity that's really essential for us. And another thing I wanted to say, I mentioned this briefly already, but we're here to support you and make sure that you have the information you need, and we're doing everything we can to protect your communities. We can't do that without the firefighters. I'm not the firefighter. I'm not out there getting dirty every day, working in and near fire, and so we put a real emphasis on their safety, making sure that they're doing the right thing in the right place at the right time, and we're not putting them in exposed places with no potential benefit. So we put a real premium on that. And then, of course, their care and feeding, the camp, the food, etc., showers, all that they need just to stay comfortable. So I really wanted to recognize them tonight because I'm not one of them. I have done that, but that's a long time ago, and this is what they're doing on behalf of your community, and I really wanted to recognize them.
Yes. Round of applause for our firefighters, man. Virtual applause. Our heroes. That's what we do. We're the hero helpers. We try to get across to the public what they want you to know. That they are the heroes. We're just the helpers.
So with that, I'm going... At briefing tomorrow morning, I'll pass on that you applauded them. And so thanks, and I'm going to pass on the mic and to our partner in this fire, Mike Robeson.
Thank you, Jake. Good evening, Mike Robinson, Coos Forest Protective Association District Manager. Thanks for allowing us to come back to your community. This fire is larger than it was when we spoke last week, right? And I would like to talk to you when we're done, because I talked to you when we were here before. So, but I do feel we're more organized, and I feel like we're working better at getting this thing under control. So Jake mentioned team, so the force, CFPA, and the team that's here helping support and pulling it all together for our communities and protecting our resources is important. And we don't use the word team lightly. It's relationship building. We don't do it just now. We do it year round. We're friends. Relationships are hard work, and we work at it hard because you as a community deserve that as us as being professionals. So thanks for letting us come in here. Thanks for letting us take you out of your community for a short period of time. We'll get you back as soon as we possibly can. And I do have one ask. So if anybody knows how to make the weather change, please stand up now. We need a little break from the weather. We've all lived here, most of our lives, right? And we just can't get this right. And you're going to hear from the meteorologist here shortly. But
Okay, I wanted to make sure you guys could, for those who have words too small for looking at the chat, people first asked is Port Orford in any danger? So later I hope they answer that question. I wouldn't think so at this time. They said rumors persist about looting beginning around the 5-mile mark. Would the sheriff board address that, please? Then somebody else in the chat says our friends that live across Swinging Bridge Lane confirmed there's absolutely no looting at their house, and they evacuated last week. That's great to hear. So this is great that the community can talk to each other about what's going on.
We just need a little break, and it's not that we just can't get this right. Up now. We'll get you back as soon as we possibly can. And I do have one ask. So if anybody knows how to make the weather change, please stand up now. We need a little break from the weather. We've all lived here, most of our lives, right? And we just can't get this right. And you're going to hear from the meteorologist here shortly. But we just need a little break. And it's not that we're not doing things professionally. We're doing all the right things. We just need a little break. And then we take advantage of those. So I think we may see that later in the week. We're not going to brag about that. We don't care if it rains, really. We'd like that a lot. But we'll just take a nice, cloudy, calm day. So if anybody can put that out there for us, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for being here. And it's a privilege to work for all of you over these years. And we'll get you back soon. So hang with us.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm the guy who makes the weather change. At least I do my best I can. Hi, my name is Jimmy. So it's been a little windy out there. We've got another day or two of some winds. We have a system that's going to move them by from the north to the northwest today into tomorrow. And so it's going to continue those northerly winds going from northeast to northwest for the next 2 days or so. Relative humidity is going to still remain a little bit low, 30 to 40% or so in the afternoons. But as we get into the end of the week, we do have winds starting to calm down, relative humidity starting to come back up, and temperatures starting to decrease as well. It's been dry. You may see a little sprinkle out there tomorrow morning. It's not going to be anything much, maybe a little light shower, but that should be done by mid-morning. But come this weekend, we do have a chance of some rain returning, and early next week, maybe even some better rain, maybe even some good measurable, some wetting rain out there. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that, and we'll be giving you the best forecast we can, and hopefully we have something good lined up weather-wise come next week. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Norton, Operations Section Chief with Team 4. So I, sometimes like to think that my job's hard, but it's not as hard as a meteorologist. So we appreciate what you do for us. It really helps out. But on that note, we've been experiencing some really challenging conditions, especially with the winds, the low RHs or the low humidities, and the lack of rain and moisture. So with that, obviously, there's a ton of smoke in the air, and you can pretty much consider the whole perimeter has active fire behavior, except where it has we've stopped it along the Elk River Road and up along in this area right in here. That there's still active fire in there. It's not completely stopped along the Elk River Road, but it's smoldering there. But everywhere else, it is actively burning. Even against the wind, up in the China Peak area, Moon Mountain, the fire has been actively backing up these drainages and up these ridge lines, starting in there. So our folks on the ground have been working really hard to try to keep the fire from crossing this big ridge line that China Peak it runs along, or is a part of this feature here. With that, the fire has crossed that. It's moving along. The folks up in that area have some good plans to try to keep the fire from moving back towards the Sixes River. They're working really hard. They've got dozers in there. They put some retardant up along the ridgeline today to try to help stop that, to buy some time to be able to get some line put in to stop that from going back around. But with that, they're experiencing some really challenging conditions. Additionally, all the way along through this country up in here, that's just above the Sixes River, folks are actively working along these dozer lines, roads, hand lines, to try to build a box, essentially, that we can keep the fire contained in. With that, yesterday we did experience some...
Okay. I was trying to fix my link. I'm going to go back here. This is the most important part, I think, of the presentation. I want to make sure I 100% follow this with all of my attention. So now I want to explain about this map, where they have borders that are little X's, like X, 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 like the letter. That is where they are creating fire line. And that's usually pretty much basically a road, and it'll be a light gray, like this upper portion up here. I know this is very hard to see, so this is why I'm describing it. It'll go black when they're done with their work. So they usually have to have a trail or road existing already to begin the work, because the fire will be spreading every day. They need time to finish their job before the fire gets to it. So they do calculations, and they try to figure out, okay, where should we put this? Sometimes better roads are closer to the fire, or better areas to contain it, but if they don't have good access already, it's just too late to begin work. So with this one, we have to take note of exactly where they're trying to do it. And strangely, the fire perimeters is perimeter. The red outline is north of where those little X's are right now. So I want to know, have they put it out or something north of where those little X's are? Sometimes that happens. Like, for example, up there, I know that there's some logging in the northern part of this fire perimeter. So if it was like the little baby trees that have been replanted, maybe those burned already, but they just burned up real quick, and there wasn't that much fuel, and they put it out, and they still think that they should strengthen these lines. That's one thing that could be happening up there. I am tempted to full screen this, but I don't particularly. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to full screen this so we could see the pointing about what he's talking about, and for the moment. So let's watch this.
As active fire behavior, except lack of rain. That for, so I sometimes like to think that my job's hard, but it's not as hard as a meteorologist. So we appreciate what you do for us. It really helps out. But on that note, we've been experiencing some really challenging conditions, especially with the winds, the low RHs, or the low.
I'm sorry, I've kind of put away from the screen the closed captioning for hearing impaired, but I will come back to it.
Humidities and the lack of rain and moisture. So with that, obviously, there's a ton of smoke in the air, and you can pretty much consider the whole perimeter has active fire behavior, except where we've stopped it along the Elk River Road and up along in this area right in here. Okay, what area right in here? He's talking about. Let me look, because I could see it better than you guys. The fish hatchery is right here. So they said they stopped it north of the fish hatchery, where it says H133. Awesome. That's an awesome job, because it was pushing hard to go west. And if it did go west and hit
the Elk River proper right there, that would have been bad.
That there's still active fire in there. It's not completely stopped along the Elk River Road, but
Now he's talking about the Elk River Road south of the fish hatchery. This little thing right here that says 730 is the fish hatchery.
But it's smoldering there. But everywhere else, it is actively burning. Even against the wind, up in the China Peak area, Moon Mountain, the fire has been actively backing up these drainages and up these ridge lines, starting in there. So our folks on the ground have been working really hard to try to keep the fire from crossing this predominant, this big ridge line that China Peak it runs along, or is as a part of this feature here. With that, the fire has crossed that. It's moving along. The folks up in that area have some good plans to try to keep the fire from moving back towards the Sixes River. They're working really hard. They've got dozers in there. They put some retardant up along the ridgeline today to try to help stop that, to buy some time to be able to get some line put in to stop that from going back around. But with that, they're experiencing some really challenging conditions.
So when I analyzed how could the fire spread to the north days ago, what I saw was there's some horrible gaps right here where it says D for Division R. There are gaps here where there are no roads, period. And so if they could try to stop it right here, this would keep it from going north to the northeast, right in this roadless section. So he's saying that is their priority, but it's extremely challenging. Yeah, I can imagine. When he's saying the fire is backing against the wind, backing means a style of fire spread that's it's less easy for the fire to spread. Like, for example, down a hill or against the wind. So, for example, you'd think, why and how could a fire go against the wind? Well, that's if it's sloped, because fire loves to climb. And if it's steep slopes, you can have the phenomenon of rollout, which is where flaming debris just rolls down the hill like a log on fire, and it reaches the bottom of a creek area, rolls across it, and then fire loves to run uphill, so the fire can race uphill, and that could describe some of the spread to the north against the wind like he's talking about.
Additionally, all the way along through this country up in here, that's just above the Sixes River, folks are actively working along these dozer lines, roads, hand lines, to try to build a box, essentially, that we can keep the fire contained in. With that, yesterday we did experience some adverse fire behavior over here in Grass Creek, if anyone's familiar with that. The fire did, with this northeast wind, it did push the Grassy Knob Road, and it did spot over into Rock Creek. This is our biggest concern right now, but we've concentrated a lot of resources, a lot of people, a lot of fire engines, a lot of crews right in through here. So down in Elk Creek, along the structures, for folks that live there have gotten back into their homes here and there. We've got pumps and hoses and sprinklers. Those are being tested every single day. The fuel cans they're full. The water tanks are full. Water tenders are bringing in water. They're spraying water with sprinklers throughout the day, just making sure that the humidities around those homes are up in case this fire does come down Rock Creek and that we have to protect those structures. So we'll continue to do the work in there, continue to protect people's structures, continue to plan for a situation where the fire does come out across Elk River. We're hoping that doesn't happen, and we're working to prevent that from happening, but we're preparing for any options or any possibilities right now with a whole host of different options. So I appreciate everyone being here. I know there's a lot of smoke in the air. It's not a great situation, but there is some rain in the future. So we're working really, really hard, using all the tools we have to try to keep the fire where it's at and not let it go any further. So with that, I'll be around for questions afterward, and please feel free to ask anything you like. So thank you.
Okay, so for the hearing impaired, I want to quickly go back. I just wanted to make sure you guys saw what was going on, but this is the most important part. So I want to just quickly replay that. Sorry if that's annoying.
And you can.
Oh, and now that I'm looking back at chat, Larry Green, thank you so much for your kind donation. You keep us on the air and you keep us ad-free. Thank you. You're so wonderful there. You're a top supporter. I'll give you some hearts. Oh, Brokefish. Hey, Brokefish, how you doing? I hope you're feeling better. I definitely want to talk to you about this situation. This meeting goes on for like an hour and 20 or something. It's kind of nuts. But do you have anything to say right now so I can, that maybe might be quite important? Yeah, he's calling Moon Mountain China Peak. I noticed that was weird. China Peak's to the south, isn't it? That's actually Moon Mountain. China Peak. I thought China Peak is to the south. Let me see if he was mistaken. I think so. If we turn on the Forest Service app, I think it is. China Peak is, let me see here, Curry County, Oregon. So China Peak. Heck, I guess we can't see that. It just didn't go to the correct spot. So if we put our fire activity map back on, yeah, they went to wrong places. So where is China Peak again? Let's check our map here. Okay, Anvil Mountain, near where it started. Grassy Knob is right there. Call you? Okay. Let's get you up on Discord then, because this BrokefishN is the ex-firefighter who knows this intimately. So yeah, let's give you a call, and if you have a correction for you just said, that's quite important. Great, let's talk. Let me put my cam back on. Are you ready? Mute my stream, please, so that we don't get an echo, and then we'll talk to BrokefishN. Sorry if this is an interrupted, community meeting, but we need to make sure we're completely accurate here. Did you watch the whole thing, Broke? I hope. Now, see if we put a little bit on shade of relief on. Yeah, that's Moon right there. Moon. China Peak is over here. Yeah, see, China Peak is right there. Now let's put on the fire activity. Northeast side. So when he was gesturing over here to the west, that's definitely not where China Peak is. China Peak is in the northeast. Okay, yeah, I kind of frowned, and I don't know this region, but I thought that's a little odd, a little bit odd. Okay, so I'm looking at Discord. Are you ready for that call? Broke? It shows you not as online. Let's do the phone call here. Okay, he's not ready for the call. Wild Frontier Cam's in danger of a burnover. Wait, what? Okay, pause. Pause. What? Again? Again? All right, we interrupt this community meeting to bring you some breaking news, okay? All right, let's go back to... Okay, there it is. Hello.
Hey, Catherine, how are you doing?
Great, let me turn your... Turn...
I got your stream muted, so there shouldn't be any echo from me.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry. Somebody just said there still is an echo.
He pointed at Moon Mountain and called it China Peak. I'm looking on watch duty just because it's easy for me. I'm from there. I lived there during my off season. That's where I lived, and he is. I don't know. And then he called Elk River Elk Creek. I've never heard of an Elk Creek over there, but there could be one, But he pointed at Moon Mountain and called it China Peak. I've never heard of a China. Oh, I guess there is one there, but I would call that China Peak,
China Peak's the northeast.
China Mountain, just southwest of there, and that's where we wish it would have burned through if it broke out. You got Purple Mountain south of the river. They're holding it at the north side of the river at the hatchery, from what I can tell on the map, but the one I'm looking at's 9 hours old.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't
Wait.
think
Can I pause you for a second? I just said, yeah. Wait. I don't think this is real. I just want to make sure. Somebody in chat, Urban just says that the Wild Frontier Cam at the Smith, the Smith Complex North is in danger of burnover. It already did a long time ago, like in August. This is not really Urban. I just want to make sure the cameras are facing due south, and they've been at extreme zoom levels by Gordon Mountain and Gordon Creek. So if you look, I just wanted to make sure that Urban knew this. This is not like a new situation. That the Camp 6 has heat. This is the margin of error. So this is where the cameras are. There's been Upper Coon Mountain burning, and then the one right now, it's zoomed all the way down here to Gordon Mountain. So I do not believe that's a thing, Urban. We've been watching that for nights here. It's right where it said 405 is where the fire was. It kind of moved west a little bit. So if you, they've zoomed like 30 miles away, 20 miles maybe.
I just looked at the Cow Topo map that website you gave me. It's down. They're showing the line in the river, so it's on the north side of the river. There.
Okay, wait. Okay, we were talking about two different fires. Okay, back now to the Anvil fire.
Yeah. I only got a few minutes. I do have company. But
I'm so sorry. Yeah, do tell us what you have to say about the Anvil.
They're at the Elk River Fish Hatchery property. That fish hatchery's got huge pumps. If they were smart, they'd be running and they'd be sprinkling the whole area around the fish hatchery and the houses across to the south side of the road.
Okay.
He did say they stopped it on it slowed, or they stopped it going from the fish hatchery up that ridge top. Yeah, that's okay. But when was those east winds supposed to appear? Because they get those east winds, it's gonna run. The other thing that sort of gets me is he pointed at Elk River and called it Elk Creek, and I'm like, it's a river, dude. I've seen that thing flood outside its bank. Still, giant trees go flowing by. It's not a creek; it's a river. It's a famous river, actually, salmon fishermen.
Well, you know, live broadcasting is hard. On a stage, you start making mistakes like that just because of the, stage fright. So it's okay.
I had never associated a China Peak with over where actually there is a China Peak, so I have no right to be mad about that. But
it's okay.
I'm like, really? That's Moon Mountain, there is a China Peak when I zoom way in.
Yeah, it's the northeast over here, but he was gesturing to the west, I believe, when he said that. These are just little mini mistakes. We just want to clarify for the public that, what he did say is they got really good, good stoppage, if that's a word, from the fish hatchery up to this portion where he says Rock Creek.
It looks like the river did its job, and it's being held to the north side of the river on every map I've looked at for the past few days.
Yeah, wait. But right here is possibly escaping them at the Dry Creek, I believe is where he gestured. So,
they got a spot fire across the river there, Dry Creek. But I don't know. It looks like it's but some of the maps are way old. They're not updating them like they should. They should have updated the federal map when they had this meeting, so people could be sitting there going, I see what you're talking about.
They did not have an infrared flight yesterday for some reason, so they explained that part. They said to reassure the public that they did not have a slop over, like they said it was a satellite error in one specific part down southeast of the fish hatchery. So they said that was like a satellite blip, glitch.
Okay. So, I can buy that, but I seen a P3 Orion flying over that fire yesterday.
It doesn't mean that they were successful in their mission, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, they still have some sort of idea.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know that they're giving us information, but he's got to look at what he's talking about, not just be looking at the audience, pointing out to the southwest, going China Peak. No, dude, China Mountain's right there. You know?
Right. Right. China Mountain is southwest. China Peak
I
is
hate,
northeast.
I hate that I was semi-right. They're going to lose the whole Grassy Knob wilderness.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's gone. Let's hope they use the road between Butler Bar and Sixes River as a line, and they burn it out on the Grassy Knob side, and they hold this there and keep it out of the Copper Salmon Wilderness, which is east of the Grassy Knob. There's a road that divides them from Butler Bar Campground right there, goes clean over to Sixes. I can't remember the name of the creek on Sixes, but there is a well-established road through there. It's a mountain road, but it's an established road. They could use it if they have to.
Where's Butler Bar? Is that on the Sixes?
Butler Bar is on Elk River up above the fire a ways, and it's going that way. It's just where I know there's roads outside of the wilderness area is all I'm in. I traveled that road deer hunting every deer season I was home.
Okay, yeah, the Caltopa doesn't know where that is. So
Growing that way, where the road turns from being pavement. I think which one is this? It? Yeah, it's right here. Forest Road 5201 is, I believe. Yeah,
yeah, it's right there. Okay.
Butler Bar Campground. That road is well-established. They had to dynamite it, explosive it out. There's a creek that it borders. I mean, it does go off, but for most of that, it gets across there. And there is roads below the Grassy Knob Wilderness that come off the ranch I used to live on. Well, both of them to go up through there. It's just those ranches are quite a ways downriver, but there is roads in there from the old logging. Once you leave the Grassy Knob get outside the Grassy Knob Wilderness, there's lots of roads.
Yeah, I noticed on the map right here they had an incomplete fire line along this ridge, and a fire has surpassed it. I was hoping he would explain why. Like, are they still working on this fire line? Is it abandoned here? Because there was, I guess this is not the logging area that I thought, but
from what I could see, they lost one, but he had backup lines.
Okay.
They had backup lines there, from what I could see. It's a really bad area, From the beginning, they should have literally had more air power into it to soak the dang thing, and they would have caught it, but they didn't. Nobody can say why. There's probably other higher priority fires, and I know how that works, But I would have been calling for every single tanker load, even if it was just one every morning when it was down under 20 acres. Let's soak the.
Yeah, I think they should have soaked the ones that are more likely to get out of control because they have no roads first, but that wasn't their priority. But remember, it started during that crazy lightning night where they had.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I remember when it started.
Yeah.
I actually my buddy told me to shut up and stop telling me the truth. I'm like, dude, sorry, the Grassy Knob's going to burn up. That's
it is,
what I see.
Because it has no roads. And
now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we have to have is fire access roads in the wilderness. You lose the wilderness. I don't know, this is like the 10th one I've watched in the last 3 years just go up in flames. It's like we need to stop being stupid.
That's how the Biscuit Fire burned the whole Kalmiopsis. Became the biggest fire in the country that year.
Yeah, and Oregon's biggest fire after the 20th century turn mark.
That's not fair. Flying like in a straight line, that's not very far south of here. It might have been bigger in the Grassy Knob, but this thing's been growing brush and not growing. I mean, it's been a wilderness for as long as I can remember, since I was a kid.
Yeah, it was never settled, right?
Yeah, well, they before it became a wilderness, that's how that road got in there. I think they did get in and do some logging, but that would be way back before I was
1800s, right?
Yeah, I don't know the history of that. I do know somebody to ask. I could get that. See if.
Yeah, please do. So what else did he have to tell us where he may have made an error?
I can't. I'm not really going to call them out on the errors. They've made some speech errors. I can't call out where they should have put lines in dent. I'm not going to do that to them. I'm not the expert. I'm just a fire. Yeah. I'm just a ground pounder that put in 20 years on lots of fires. But
in this region, yeah, we're so grateful for your service and your advice. Now, they had not as many people as they needed in the beginning because this was low priority. I think that just explains that.
They did. It was low priority. They couldn't get the smoke jumpers into it because of the terrain, even though I'd have told them to shoot for the old road bed.
Yeah.
But if you couldn't get smoke jumpers in, bring them in on a chopper and have them repel out. They have a repel team in Oregon.
They did. There were repellers on this fire. I watched what you said for a bit, but yeah.
Well, they're gonna replace them as quick as they can, just like they at times do with smoke jumpers. When it goes this big, there's hardly any smoke jumpers left there, if there was any there.
Right, Canada called for help, and I think they just got a few as well.
Right around the same time with that big lightning storm, Canada asked for our help.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't brought in the crew. Well, they probably have somewhere nationwide brought the crews up out of Mexico, and they're starting to bring them from back east, is what I got told by one of my buddies, but I haven't been able to verify that yet.
Okay, but I'm sorry, I know you need to go, and we have like an hour more of that community meeting to cover. So what do you want to tell the people about this?
Just look at the map, realize what it's going to do. There is a good sign that there is roads between the Grassy Knob Wilderness Road. Once it's out of the Grassy Knob Road, once it's out of the Grassy Knob Wilderness, just south of there is old logging roads down to there. They actually go by the Bonneville power line, just east of the Bonneville power lines. There's a bunch of roads. I've been on them lots. Ride them from the ranch up into the Grassy Knob Wilderness.
So which perimeter of the fire, which section is that? Are you talking about?
That would be to the west of where it's currently at. It might be it might be a mile or so, but there is old roads back in there. I'll try to hook up. I'll try to call my one buddy tonight.
Right here, east of Port Orford, right? That's what I identified as.
Yeah, east of Port Orford, downriver fish hatchery. About what is it? The dairy's milepost 2.5, but on the map, the river roads are never that. There is roads from below the fish hatchery up and through there. I'd have to actually get my old map. That's the Bonneville power lines. That's one. I hate to say it, but that is one fire line.
It is. And so it's east of Port Orford. Look at all these north-south roads. The question a lot of people have is, in Port Orford in danger? And I'm seeing that there's a lot of roads in between the fire, and I don't think so, right?
If the east wind stays away and we get a northwest wind, it'll blow it back on itself. This part of the coast is famous for what's called an onshore wind, blowing off the ocean onto shore out of the north.
Okay.
It'll help them. And from what I get, the humidity's been staying. When I looked earlier today, it was 50%, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, we have 64 right now. It's good, and it's very cold. It's cold right now.
Too. That helps too. All that helps. But you'll see where the Bonneville power lines actually go.
Right here.
To the river there. On the river, down below where you're at.
Down below.
To the west of the fire. The Bonneville power lines cross
right here.
There. And off of those two properties there, that is the old Elk River Dairy. He's retired now.
Okay.
And the Marsh Ranch. And another, I can't
right
remember
here. Yeah. Well, that's where also it's not a narrow canyon anymore, and the winds will die down. So I think this is not that big of a concern.
On the coast, and if you have anybody in here, because I've been pushing your channel to my daughter and my friends. If you have anybody in here from Port Orford, they'll know the saying. It'll be blowing 30 by 2 off the ocean.
What's that mean?
30 miles an hour is 20 to 30 miles an hour is a typical wind off the ocean. It's been actually pretty mellow right now, which is cool.
Well, actually, there's a small craft warning, and there was red flag here yesterday. when I was covering. But
Yeah, see,
on
you're-
land, it's mild. I mean, that's what you're
that
saying.
property where you have your pointer at, the little hand,
This, yeah.
that is the old elk. That is the Elk River Dairy,
Oh,
and
really?
across the river to the other side, to the northwest of that, where you see the big green field across the river.
Yeah.
That is also the Elk River Dairy.
Right
Above that, on the other side of the river,
here.
just to the right of where your hand is on the map, it's easier than, yeah, that is the old mill site. But
Okay.
you take your hand more to the right. No, that was left. That's the old dairy at the barn.
Yeah, you're
If you
20
go
seconds behind
right-
us. That's okay.
If you go to the right, directly to the right, that big green field, no, that was going north. I see. Yeah, that's another total dairy property, but where the river makes the bend there,
Right.
that is called that's yeah, all that big pasture there is where the hand's at. I'm 10, 20 seconds behind you, but where your hand's at, that's all the dairy.
Right. Okay.
And there's roads up out of there. If you look at them on the satellite map, you can find them. Me being behind you, don't move. That is
Okay.
the Marsh Ranch right there. Both those green fields to the right of where your hand is right now. And
Yes,
where
that
it
looks
is,
logged to over there.
that's the Marsh Ranch. And
Okay.
then you got this big logged property. There is roads up off the Marsh Ranch that go all the way to the Grassy Knob Wilderness. To the Grassy Knob Road, it doesn't
Okay.
become the Wilderness Road till. And I can't remember how long that is for the life of me. I should know how many miles it is to drive from 101 up to the gate for the wilderness. But
All right.
there is roads up through there. That to me, that's where I'd be working. I'd have
Well-
dozers in there opening them up. See, off the top northeast edge of that.
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
a good road. Yeah.
There's a road going up to Grassy Knob Road. That's where that road's coming out, is Grassy Knob.
Yeah. So they said that they did a great job just now. Basically from the fish hatchery, which is in this bend, up to here, but just to the north, they're challenged. They said, and I believe it's Dry Creek. Let me turn off the satellite.
Yeah. There is a
Rock
road
Creek's
down-
good. Dry Creek is not. They're challenged right here. See the lack of the roads.
Yeah, there is a road down through Dry Creek, but it's been years since it's been opened up. So
No wonder.
yeah.
So
Just west of here, there is areas to put major roads down the hill. There's actually old logging roads there. You just have to
Right.
look on Google Earth and you can see them. They're
Sure.
hard to see because they ain't been worked in 20 plus years, but they're there.
I don't know if there's any time though now if they had their east wind soon, but we're gonna get some rain after Thursday. But tomorrow is pretty high winds of 25 miles an hour, and I think they're coming out of the north. But like I try to remind people, that doesn't mean it can't spread west, because what winds do is go up and down. And then up and down, they ride the hills up and down, but then some of it will split off east and west. Like not all of the winds will be powerful enough to climb the next hill, so they'll just follow the drainage. And that might be due west.
Let's pray the winds are off the ocean out of the northwest instead of northeast, and it'll slow this thing way down. It will still move gradually to the west, but it'll push it back on itself.
Well, the forecast
And
is for both.
All these canyons get wind.
Yeah.
All right. I better get back to what I was
Okay.
doing. Thanks
Well,
for what you're
okay,
doing.
sorry. What's your okay? So I have a question for you. What is your analysis of what do you think it's going to do next few days? Have you thought about that?
Really, if they can hold it on the west side, I think it's probably going to bump the copper salmon and start trying to burn. It might jump Elk River. I don't think so if that's gotten cooled.
Okay.
Being at the river edge, but it might work itself back towards Sixes River. But let's just pray it doesn't jump into the next one. Right past Butler Bar is the Copper Salmon Wilderness. They locked that up like 2 years ago.
For no roads. Yeah. This is the big gap, the big challenge. See how there are no roads on the B Creek? They're trying to hold it.
Big thing about the Copper Salmon Wilderness is it was roads before they locked it up 15,
Okay.
20 years ago. There's a lot of roads in there.
All right.
But you have to truly look on Google Earth to see those old roads that they've gated off. I bet you they're all opening, and I bet you they're looking at that Butler Bar from Butler Bar over and seeing where they can shoot down a ridge beside, out from it. But
Right.
that's the dividing line between the Copper Salmon and the Grassy Knob. That is the line. One
Okay.
side of that road is the Copper Salmon. One side, the west side of that road is Grassy Knob.
Really? Okay. So yeah, Copper Mountain, and here the Forest Service map is not differentiating, but I see.
That's
Yeah.
the BOM site. The sixes rec area. That's the BOM site. It's way up the mountain. If you
Right.
can see that road, there's heat on that road, but there is a road there. Let's hope they used it good. But we're
Yeah.
not getting
Here.
maps.
Here.
I
I
hate
think
it.
it.
We're not getting updated maps. They have an idea where it's spread, even without an IR flight. Update them.
Well, they've been trying to explain a little bit. We are what 20 minutes into the 120 minutes.
Oh, 2 hours.
Yeah, almost 2 hour community meeting. So yeah, here we go. We gotta continue to watch. So,
All right. I'll
but
let
Port
you go.
Orford, do you think is safe for now? I think it is, right?
I think it's pretty safe for now. If it jumps the river and runs south, we're praying that it stay with the northwest winds that we're praying for, that it'll go east of China Mountain, and probably, I don't know where it's going. If it jumps, let's pray it stays east of China Mountain.
They said it was solid from like miles 16-ish on the Elk River Highway here to the fish hatchery, but it's not solid. It's hard and challenged by Sunshine Bar and where you see all these heat detections here. So I'm hoping they'll elaborate.
That's the upper edge of it. I know the area. They already had one little fire in there at the Sunshine Bar area earlier this year. It was little.
Oh, really?
It was a fire. Yeah, we'd have to use the Wayback Machine because they took it off every map I've looked at.
Really? Well, they say that this is an anomaly, this one, that this is not true.
Well, I mean, when they had the lightning, they named the fires and had them on the map, but when they got them out, contained out, or what they're telling us is out, they're never out till the rains come.
Really?
They took it off the map.
Right.
Yeah, right there. Right across from Sunshine Bar, there was a fire there. That might be a true heat detection of the old fire directly across from Sunshine Bar.
Okay, how long ago was that Sunshine Bar fire then? This year?
The lightning's when this fire started, that fire was going.
Oh, during the same lightning, late August. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they got those. They kept them little because they weren't.
Yes. Okay.
Weren't deciding what to do. They jumped on them because they were outside the wilderness. That's all I'll say about that.
Okay. Thank you so much for your expert opinion. Thank you for your service, and of course, and how you used to be a firefighter in this area. You still live in it, and we're so grateful for your guidance. So we have the minor corrections of what they're talking about, and we'll continue to watch the community meeting.
I get the stage fright thing, but I at least look at a map before I name something. But I didn't even realize that one thing right next to Moon Mountain was China Peak. I'm like, China Peak, China Mountain, south of there, guys.
Yeah, China Peak and China Mountain are different, and thank the pioneers for being that weird. What they did is they used to name China this, China that when the Chinese gold miners would run around.
They could have had a Chinese work crew up in there on gold claim.
Right, exactly. And so they'll just, like China California, and then so.
I will talk to my friend who's a local historian. He might not say anything. Go on a live and talk about what he knows, but I'll see if he'll talk to you, and if he will, I'll let you know, and I'll get permission for you to get his phone number.
Oh, wonderful! That'd be great. I love history, and I'd love to learn more about this area. He
is a local historian there. He lives right there on one of those ranches. I'm not going to say who it is, but
okay.
People from Port Orford know who I'm talking about. So he's in the newspaper there. So I'll let you go, Catherine. You have a good day, okay?
Yeah, thanks you too. I'm glad you're recovering good, and do check in and come back and see us. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too. Bye bye.
Thank you. Okay, so the summary of that, let me get out of Discord right now, is that so our last speaker who was explaining where the fire lines were, and he didn't explain if this line has been abandoned or not. This is where we have the X, 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 and it was light gray on the map. I tried, as he was pointing at it with his little radio antenna or something. The pointers they have are very funny. So this specifically, you could see that the fire progressed north of this line here. I'm sorry, I should highlight this with like a highlighter, but it doesn't work anymore. Where it says China Peak. Now, I don't know if we did not get a clear answer if this is abandoned or if they will try to extinguish and or do something about the fire where it crossed the north, where it says North Fork. But we do have here, this is Moon Mountain. This is Moon, I believe. Yeah, Moon Mountain. There's a good road. This thick dotted line is a very, very robust. I don't know if that means it's paved. I think paved is solid gray, so it would be like nice gravel. In fact, I think we probably see on the global imagery. Yeah, it's gravel. So it's nice and thick. Those are easier to hold, and you could get bigger equipment there, drive faster. But we see that it's going against the wind to the north, and that explains it right here. That something got over, climbed the steep hill because fire loves to climb. Something got past them at some point, maybe just a few days ago, went down the hill, probably rolling debris down the hill, probably got into this North Fork and probably is trying to climb up where Moon Mountain is. So he says China Peak here, and that is correct. But the locals would have preferred that to be Moon Mountain. And then China Mountain is on the southern edge of this fire. And so on accident, he's switching China Peak and China Mountain back and forth, I believe, just because of, it's a live broadcast. That happens. That's easy enough to get confusing. I just want to point that out, that China Peak is the north and northeast section. China Mountain is different. So I would like to know if he's going to explain if this is an abandoned fire line. They have contingency, which is backup lines to the north up here. If we look at the heat, fire activity, the heat, I want to look at the current, like as of right now, goes heat detections. We've got all over this zone. So this yellow means it could be just like an hour ago, but it's from 1 to 6 hours ago, with each of these squares being the margin of error. These are two squares split right here. So just somewhere within these places is heat. We got a pretty good wind. We're going to have pretty good wind tomorrow with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts and like 15 sustained. Sorry, I cannot be with you tomorrow. I will be at the dentist. And I will be able to talk. So this is why I want to do justice to this today. We need to find out as much info as we can. The good things we have going for us is it's like 54 degrees there, 60-ish. That's great. The humidity is pretty good, like 63-ish at night. It's pretty good. However, the wind is this big factor, and because there are steep slopes up here, it is trying to travel north. The steeper the slopes, the easier that will be. So when he's talking about the Butler Bar, he says near here by the Sixth River, even though we don't have that. This will be a very nice road to try to stop it at, but unfortunately what BrokefishN says is because of the lack of roads, and well, the fire outraced the crews here. They were probably going to lose most of the grassy knob wilderness because when it was a wee tiny fire, late August, when live on the stream, we saw the millions of lightning strikes all over the place. In fact, thousands. If I want to be accurate, thousands from California to Canada. Hundreds were striking in this area. Dozens became fires. Everywhere that they had road access, they were like 1 to 2 acres. But the Anvil Mountain Brokefish, who was just speaking, being a retired firefighter from this region, accurately predicted, live on the stream here, that this would be the bad one. And it was low priority because it was, quote, in the wilderness. There's no structures nearby. And so this is a bad policy that the current agencies have, is let's prioritize putting out the tiny lightning fires when they're tiny, if they're kind of near a community, and let these others go and be last in line. These others the correct, and we're talking about the aircraft response, the correct response would be prioritize the ones that could become huge, as well as the ones immediately threatening a community. But it's backwards. If communities have road access, then the ground crews should be handling it. But if you don't have road access, look, it'll spread all the way to the roads, and you have communities threatened anyway, like pretty significant ones, like Port Orford and everything along the Elk River. So aircraft need to be going where you have the worst case scenario possible, not just immediate. Oh, that one's not right now near a community. But in reality, they should be hitting them all, and we need to press for Congress to have more funding and have as much aircraft as anybody needs when these crazy lightning storms come. They happen every July, every August, and there's not enough to go around, and so they have to do a priority check, and that's why we have this result. It could have been put out at 2 acres. So unfortunately, he's predicting the loss of pretty much most of the grassy knob wilderness unless we get significant rain. We're just going to get some rain soon. So hold on to your butts. We're going to go back to finish the community meeting because, boy, that's going to be a lot to watch. So here he had just explained it with some errors. See what I mean? This is the abandoned fire line that either abandoned or not. I don't know what they're doing with it. It was incomplete, I should say. This is the incomplete fire line. And he gets his China Mountain and China Peak mixed up and a couple of things. When he's saying, if he's pointing up here, that should be China Peak and Moon Mountain is the way that everybody knows this. But we must forgive because live video is hard. Plus, these are not locals. These are management teams from back east and the Midwest. These crews are rotated in. They stay like around 2 weeks on the fire. They hand it off to another management team. They have to go back to their families and whatnot. It's such a grueling job that they're exhausted after about 2 weeks. So as each management team comes in, they try to learn as much as they can about the local area, but they're not the locals. Now, who we were talking to just now is Broken Fish, who is a local. So to summarize kind of what he just said, from here, the fish hatchery and where it says H133 is pretty good. Down to right about this section. This is pretty good, pretty solid. But then you get to the southeast flank of the fire, and it's much more challenging to hold. The northeast flank and the north is very challenging to hold right now. So we're talking about there's not that much as where inhabitations in the northeast flank, but it can spread to the copper wilderness, which I believe is over here, which would be a nightmare because that doesn't have, I think actually it's a Siskiyou National Forest. No, it's copper wilderness. Shoot. Siskiyou is up there. I can't read the tiny words. With copper, anywhere it says wilderness, you have the same nightmare with no roads, and we could lose an entire protected area. They're protected for a reason. It's rare habitat. It's the animals and environment that suffers greatly, and these things could just get huge. So it's
pretty much consider the.
Sorry, here we go. I wanted to definitely get Brokefish's advice. He had to go. I would have loved to watch this whole thing and gotten his analysis on the phone, but he's had poor health, plus now he has guests, so I had to interrupt. I'm gonna let's do this. We're gonna go back to where he was talking because it's the most important part of the broadcast is what is complete, what is not, and what is challenging them. And I zoomed in. Sorry, this is a repeat, but I want to make sure that for the hearing impaired, we have now the full thing, and we're gonna continue now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Norton, Operations Section Chief with Team 4. So I, sometimes like to think that my job's
Great Basin, they're not locals.
hard, but it's not as hard as a meteorologist. So we appreciate what you do for us. It really helps out. But on that note, we've been experiencing some really challenging conditions, especially with the winds, the low RHs or the low humidities, and the lack of rain and moisture. So with that, obviously, there's a ton of smoke in the air, and you can pretty much consider the whole perimeter has active fire behavior, except where we've stopped it along the Elk River Road and up along in this area right in here. That there's still active fire in there. It's not completely stopped along the Elk River Road, but it's smoldering there. But everywhere else, it is actively burning. Even against the wind up in the China Peak area, Moon Mountain, the fire has been actively backing up these drainages and up these ridge lines, starting in there. So our folks on the ground have been working really hard to try to keep the fire from crossing this this big ridge line that China Peak it runs along, or is as a part of this feature here. With that, the fire has crossed that. It's moving along. The folks up in that area have some good plans to try to keep the fire from moving back towards the Sixes River. They're working really hard. They've got dozers in there. They put some retardant up along the ridgeline today to try to help stop that, to buy some time to be able to get some line put in to stop that from going back around. But with that, they're experiencing some really challenging conditions. Additionally, all the way along through this country up in here, that's just above the Sixes River, folks are actively working along these dozer lines, roads, hand lines, to try to build a box, essentially, that we can keep the fire contained in. With that, yesterday we did experience some adverse fire behavior over here in Grass Creek, if anyone's familiar with that. The fire did, with this northeast wind, it did push the Grassy Knob Road, and it did spot over into Rock Creek. This is our biggest concern right now, but we've concentrated a lot of resources, a lot of people, a lot of fire engines, a lot of crews right in through here. So down in Elk Creek, along the structures, for folks that live there may have gotten back into their homes here and there. We've got pumps and hoses and sprinklers. Those are being tested every single day. The fuel cans they're full. The water tanks are full. Water tenders are bringing in water. They're spraying water with sprinklers throughout the day, just making sure that the humidities around those homes are up in case this fire does come down Rock Creek and that we have to protect those structures. So we'll continue to do the work in there, continue to protect people's structures, continue to plan if for a situation where the fire does come out across Elk River. We're hoping that doesn't happen, and we're working to prevent that from happening, but we're preparing for any options or any possibilities right now with a whole host of different options. So I appreciate everyone being here. I know there's a lot of smoke in the air. It's not a great situation, but there is some rain in the future. So we're working really, really hard, using all the tools we have to try to keep the fire where it's at and not let it go any further. So with that, I'll be around for questions afterward, and please feel free to ask anything you like. So thank you.
Look out for that stick. That looks like a nice stick, so I don't want him anywhere around me. It's my job to do the evacuations. So when I stand up here in front of you, you probably already heard it before. But so what we're going to do is talk about the evacuations that are already in place. The level 3 evacuations have not changed. Nothing has changed on any levels as far as evacuations. The level 3 evacuation is from Butler Bar down to milepost 4. Now, last time we had a community member meeting here, it was brought to my attention that some people were notified that they were on level 3, but on the map it still showed level 2. Well, that interactive map, we went and looked at it, so we got that changed. So if you were notified level 3, that's what you are. And the map should show that. Now, if you go onto the interactive map and if you got a link to it, I think emergency services can help you out with that. But from milepost 4 down to the highway, we moved that into a level 2. And then we did a level 2 on the Grassy Knob Wilderness Area Road. And then a level 2 from Edson Creek to Sixes River Campgrounds. And but other than that, we don't have any reason to change any more levels until the fire dictates it. I can't even read my own writing, so I don't even know why I even write this thing. So, but
Wow.
I'll be around at the end if you want to help, just so people know that if you need to get back into your homes that you're in level 3, do you guys need something? If you go to the roadblock up there at 4, give them your ID card, tell them what your address is. They'll probably let you in to do that, but you got to come right back out. And I want to make sure that everybody can, be able to get access to their homes if they have to. There are people that did not evacuate and they're hunkered in and said they're not going to leave, which is no surprise to us. But if we do have to go past the level 3 into the level 2, we're going to make sure that we try to get you out of your homes, because we don't want another situation like the Lahaina and the Paradise and some other big fires. We want to make sure, and it's my job to make sure you're safe. And when you're out of there, we will do the round-the-clock patrols with the help of the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service LEOs. So we'll keep people out of from messing with your homes. If they do get in there and do something like that, God help them. I'm not going to stand for that. But I appreciate you guys meeting me on here, and I'll be around if you need some answer more questions.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brad Alcorn. I'm your county commissioner. Also here tonight is Jay Trost, another one of your county commissioners. Jay, stand up so everybody knows who you are. And as your county commissioner, I am your voice, and it's my responsibility to communicate also what's happening here. So we took some actions today that I want to share with you, and I want to let you know why I did some of the things that I did today, and in preparedness for anything that can happen with this kind of unpredictable situation we have. So one of the things that I did today was I requested an emergency meeting with the Board of Commissioners. And I did that because I attend all these, I listen to all of the information that's being put out in the fire. I participate in the decision making when it comes to the evacuations and when it comes to being your voice. And what I see is that the fire has grown. I see that the weather for the next couple of days is going to be unstable. There's no significant exigency right now, but I am going to err on the side of caution. So what I did is I had an emergency meeting today with the other commissioners, and we declared a local emergency. And the reason we did that is it makes government move faster. So we have a partial operation in our emergency management right now. If we need to stand that up at midnight tonight in a full blown emergency management operation, we don't need to have a meeting now. We've already had that meeting. It's already done. If we have to spend money or we have to make decisions, we can do that much more efficiently when we're in a local emergency. It also protects.
Okay, I want to say something really important here. Now, yeah, that's a pretty dark topic, mentioning mass fatality events like Lahaina and Paradise and whatnot. So the sheriff is actually the one who basically gets to decide in many communities whether or not evacuations happen, how long, and what level. I totally disagree with that. We saw the sheriff of Plumas County tell people to go back to Greenville on the same day that it burned down, the entire town. And they had been safely evacuated, and that's because sheriffs, they don't have all the information and education and experience that firefighters have. So I do believe that's one of the serious flaws in all of our United States wildfires that do contribute to mass fatality events, and Greenville could have been one. It really could have, with the Dixie Fire in 2021. So this looks like a wise sheriff, though. He's erring on the side of caution, and he's mindful of what happened in Paradise and what just happened in Lahaina. So I approve. This one's a wise sheriff. It's just never seen the guy before, but that's all very good wisdom. And I just want to explain that that's part of why we have so many problems. Part of why we lost Greenville is people came back, and so all the firefighters tried to escort them to safety. Just rational, why save buildings in a town on the south end where the fire was coming when people are trapped and can't get out in other sections? And because so many people were unloading, moving back into Greenville at that moment, the firefighters escorted them out, came back, and their fire trucks had burned in the streets. So they lost 95-ish% of the town. So this is why sheriffs should not have the burden of making this decision, but declaring a local emergency, making the government move faster, and erring on the side of caution. 5-star review of the sheriff from me personally right now.
Protects you from price gouging and other stuff like that could occur when we have a big fire like this. So that was done in an abundance of caution by.
Oh, what he's talking about is there's new acts in Oregon and such where it prevents, gas stations from making $8 a gallon gas in when they know that everybody has to evacuate, because what that does is it makes fuel too expensive for people to get out, right? So I believe that he may be referencing Oregon's Conflagration Act, which prevents that kind of price gouging. Milk doesn't go to $10 a gallon, and that's a crime, and that he's enforcing that, and that's, I believe, what he's talking about. And just rewind it a little bit. That's great.
It also protects you from price gouging and other stuff like that could occur when we have a big fire like this. So that was done in an abundance of caution by me. I thought that was the appropriate action to take. So if you hear that we're in a local emergency now for that fire, that is why. That's why I did that. And of course, that passed 3-0 with all the commissioners voting for that. The other hat that I wear in this operation is I oversee emergency management. So one of the things that I did today is I brought in the whole team. So I brought in our emergency manager, Ashley Thien. Where's Ashley at? Ashley, stand up so everybody knows who you are. I brought in Coos County Emergency Management. Where's Coos at? Where's Chip at? There's Chip, Coos County Emergency Management. Jerry from the Red Cross, we saw Jerry. He came into our meeting today, and then GT from the state emergency management. Had everybody sitting at the table, and I'm like, okay, guys, I'm going to throw some scenarios at you. If this happens, I want to make sure we're on the same page. If this happens, I want to make sure we're on the same page. So we ran by a bunch of scenarios by each other to make sure that all of our bases are covered, and we have clear and concise plans of action. Depending on whatever this fire does, we are ready to go. We have everything in place to, if the sheriff comes in and says we're going to change evacuation levels in this area, we know exactly what to do. We have a plan, and we will implement that plan immediately. And I also want to talk for a second about Ashley Thien, because so she's our emergency manager, and I just want you to know the level of commitment you have when it comes to emergency management. Ashley had to go she had a family emergency last week. A loss in her family. A loved one had passed away. She had to go out of state. She's out of state dealing with that. She refused to not be on the phone. She refused to not participate in the meetings. She was constantly involved in what we're doing and continues to be. And that's the level of commitment that you're getting from your emergency manager. And Ashley, I just want to commend you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, the other thing that we're doing in emergency management is we have an interactive map now. So you can put your address in the map, and then it will show you on the map what area you're in terms of evacuation areas. So if you want to know more information about how to do that, see Ashley. She's got some handouts for you that'll kind of walk you through that. If you're not on Everbridge, I want you to see Ashley. She's got some handouts that will, with some codes that you can scan with your phone, and we can get you hooked into that. And if you don't have a cell phone, see Ashley, because we have a way that we can still get you on Everbridge. If you're not on Everbridge, you need to be on Everbridge, because that's the mechanism that we use to inform you when we are changing the evacuation areas, or if you need to evacuate immediately. So make sure that you're hooked into that. It's extremely important. And Ashley has all of that information for you. I'm going to be done now because I want to make sure that we have time to answer your questions tonight. We didn't get to do that as a group, and we're going to try to do that tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, Curry County's website, where it says like Curry County, Office of Emergency Services, is going to have the hookup for you guys for the Everbridge. But I want to go out of my way right now to put that in chat. So Everbridge, Curry County, Oregon, because that's super important. What he's talking about is reverse 911. If the fire does something crazy and people's lives are in danger, this should be alerting you. This is what you need right now. So I'm putting this into the chat. So sign up for Curry County Everbridge, the reverse 911 system for phones. And I would like to explain right now something on cell phones. Every cell phone, whether it's iPhone or whatnot, has a notification system for general government emergency notifications. You need to make sure that's turned on. It's an actual app that's built into the phone, especially with Android. Go into your apps to find the settings to where all your apps are listed. Go to S and find settings. Make that something you can look at on your phone. And then there will be a little at the very top, there will be it looks like a search magnifying glass. You touch that on all these modern phones and just type in emergency, and it'll give you a list. I think it's probably backwards, but it'll say emergency wireless emergency alerts for Android, modern Android phones. Click on that and make sure wireless emergency alerts, that it says allow. See how it says, okay, this big highlighted thing, you can't read it, but it says allow, and the button is turned on for me. I can't tell you how many people are like, why don't I get emergency alerts and that button is turned off? I don't know why people can turn this off. We have you have extreme threats, severe threats. A lot of times people turn off Amber alerts, and then public safety messages. Make sure that's all on. And what's most important is it'll say speak the alert message. Turn that on so that it says evacuations, blah, blah, blah. If that button is not pressed, it's just going to go beep, right? Beep, and you may not see it. Second thing you need to turn on is alert reminder. So that if you didn't see it, like every 2 minutes, it goes evacuation, evacuation. So if you're outside, got the newspaper or whatever, came back in, your phone's still going to say evacuation, evacuation. Turn on vibration mode 2, and that should cover you for what's on your phone. And then as you sign up for Everbridge 2, you'll be double covered. You make an account, blah, blah, blah. And the very best way to be informed about these situations is have your own. Speaking of the devil, I don't know if you just heard that, but that was informing me of a different water emergency somewhere in Portland, but not one that affected me. That's just, I have it turned on for things. There's a broken pipe and a flood somewhere in Portland right now. So this is what you need. Now, when he's talking about interactive maps, there's 2 for Curry County, and this one has fire information. This is fire first response map. And it says Jackson and Josephine counties, but whatever. It comes straight from Watch Duty. So you can look at fire information with that map. And in the chat, they're talking about what about the evacuation map. And they did explain that they fixed the error that they had. So the evacuation map is here, and it does multiple counties. Doesn't really matter what county it's saying at the top. But these are the 2 links to the info and evacuation maps. Now, what you can do, like I do, is when you have when you check your email and stuff every day, is I would have this always up and just look at it every day and refresh it periodically throughout the day, like so. Now you can change your browser settings so that even if you close your browser, the windows that were still open are going to come back, right? So like this is a pretty comprehensive map, and you just zoom back to where your particular fire is, but it has, look how much information it's got. And these links were in the chat as we're watching the community meeting. And I want to point out that that's what is being discussed in the chat. This is a really, really good, nice community meeting that they had, where they answered questions in chat as the meeting progressed, and not just at the end, but like in real time. So let's go back to the actual meeting. This is what people who don't have Facebook are missing, and those who refuse to do Facebook, and that's why we are here to help you guys. YouTube doesn't sell your information to places, like other social media sites do. And YouTube doesn't require you to log on to watch this stuff. So this is why we're doing it. I disagree wholeheartedly that this information is only on Facebook, because it requires people to make an account and log in to even look at this emergency stuff. This makes me mad. However, it is what it is. So we are now 27 minutes into the hour-long thing. And I know that it's been an hour and 45 minutes on the stream, but this is information gold, to have people interrupt and clarify things who are ex-firefighters in the region and locals, like we had Brokefish early on as a guest. So let's continue.
Much everyone for coming. And if you have any questions, or if you need to get a hold of me, come and see me. I'll give you my cell phone number and you can contact me directly. Thank you.
Representative Boyce has asked to be able to speak to you this evening as well. He just called and asked if he could do that. So what we'd like to do is try to go to him next if he's ready. He's not on yet, so we will go to Mack Mcfarland, who is our IC, and then we'll either start into some questions or we'll pause to hear from Representative Boyce. Thank you.
Semper Gumby. Semper Gumby. Remain flexible. All right. My name is Mack Mcfarland. I'm the incident commander with Great Basin Team 4, with this team, with this community here to help you guys get back into your homes. I was at the Portside Cafe a few days ago and just stopped in to get something to eat, get the sense of what the community was doing. And this was right after we had just evacuated over 100 people from the Elk River area. And the sense was pride in community. That's what I felt in the Portside Cafe. It was palpable. There were people asking each other how they were doing, and that means a lot. It shows me a lot about this community. The fact that you have emergency managers and commissioners that are working to make sure that this community is prepared means a whole lot. And I think it's really important. It doesn't happen like this every place we go as an incident management team. People are resistant to maybe recognizing how quickly things can change. So thank you for being prepared. It helps us out as we battle the fire with our partners and the rest of our team. And it really makes a big difference, reduces the chaos. We've already got Red Cross involved.
Okay, what he's talking about is, I need to highlight that. That's the most important thing said here. That's just pretty casual. Things can change extremely quickly. So right now, I can look at the terrain and tell you right now that you are not going to see wildfires coming. Like in Lahaina, half the northeastern portion of the town was on fire, and people were in the progress of dying in those structures, while just 2 blocks away, people were playing Nintendo. Well, not really, because its power was out in some places, but you know what I'm saying. Like, people were making sandwiches, and guys in flip-flops were walking around filming the wind. You will see a lot of smoke drift your way, and so if heavy, thick smoke and weird smells like burning dirt are happening, and the sky's turning weird colors like blood red on the horizon, the smoke is the only warning you're going to get. You may not get the reverse 911. You may not get the Everbridge. Your power lines may have already been chewed through from the fire. The telephone lines, the cell phone towers may be inoperable. You will not see the red flames and such until they are right on your doorstep, like 1 to 2 blocks away. Small city blocks. Like, we're talking sometimes 500 feet. You will be able to see maybe 5 foot in front of your bumper as you try to drive. It's too late at that point. You need to evacuate before the window of opportunity to evacuate by vehicle closes. And the very best idea is to do that when you evacuate early before you're told to. If you're already at level 3 and you're still in those regions, I would say absolutely you should not be. This is rugged terrain where the fire could be blazing and roaring up the mountain on the other side of you in the canyon, and you would have absolutely no idea. The smoke is so thick you can't see the red through it. So everything will change in an instant. Everything will be fine until, high winds or unexpected weather. And remember, like, high winds and stuff can do unexpected things, like bring power lines down at the end of your street. With the Beachy Creek fire, it started pretty far east of places like Gates and Mill City, but all of a sudden it was in Gates and Mill City because their power lines went down in the high winds. Even though the main fire was miles away to the east, it was just suddenly there. So because of terrain and because of the smoke thickness, you will not see it coming. By the time you see red flames and such, it's probably get to your shelter in place option and not your vehicle. Your vehicle can't outrun a fire, period. So analyze your options. Do you have ponds, recently plowed fields that are totally devoid of grass? Just go into a park and just stay there. Baseball diamonds, big box stores, anything like really short green grass, golf courses, things like that. Make sure you're analyzing where those things are. Note where culverts are and bridges underneath roads. If you cannot see where you're driving and you can't guarantee that fire is not in front of you or behind you, you can't outrun this at 5 miles an hour. That's what it'll be like if you decide to leave late. It's better to have a shelter in place option by the time you see flames out the window. And I don't know that any of this will occur. Nobody does. We're not psychics here. But what he just casually mentioned is it'll change so fast, you won't even realize how bad it is. Like, my brother was having breakfast on his porch in Paradise when people were already dead 6 blocks east of him. And the fire was just sweeping towards him. And that's when a sheriff roared down the street, yelling out the window, "Run for your life." And that's, he was lucky that sheriff went down that street. Couldn't get down any other street. Couldn't get down the adjacent streets. So I just wanted to point out that that's casually mentioned, but yeah, if you expect, you'll see like 5 miles away the fire crests a ridge top, and then you'll get in the car and turn the key. Do not expect that.
And so preparedness wise, that just makes me feel as an incident commander a much more able to focus on the fire. That's what we're good at, dealing with the fire situation. Jesse mentioned earlier that we are the #1 priority in the nation. What does that mean? This fire is the #1 priority. Each day, the National Interagency Fire Center looks at all the fires in the country and ranks them from priority from 1 to however many there are. We are the #1 fire. What does that mean? Well, that means that we get some priority when it comes to getting resources, and that's good. That means we can bring more things in to bear on this incident to try to stop it from impacting your property and private lands and tribal communities and lands. We are moving up, as Jesse said, from what we started with around 300 people when we got here. We will be over 900 people by tomorrow at the end of the day, increasing our capacity. This is firefighters coming in. Some overhead. These are the people that help orchestrate things, the people behind the scenes that do the logistical work. We have to have people that drive equipment out to the field while the firefighters are asking for it. All of the different support functions, that's all part of that 900 people. And I just have a couple more points. I'm looking to see if my team is giving me the high sign for the representative, and we're not there yet, but we're good. Okay, I've got a couple more points, so I ask him to wait. Because they're important points. Mike touched on it. The commissioners touched on it. We are working together with the fire suppression resources in this community for a common goal. It is a team, and we're integrating these local resources into our organization. I think they're also integrating us into their organization, right, Mike? Yeah, we're integrated into each other's organization. We're using Forest Service staff to help us. They have knowledge of the local community. The volunteer fire departments are contributing through their knowledge of what's going on, how to access things. It is working really well, as Mike mentioned earlier. It's been 6 days since we evacuated that section of the Elk River area. About 100 people, over 100 people were asked to evacuate. 6 days. That's an impact. We recognize that. We want to get you back in your homes. We want to get the roads back open. We want to put this fire out and get you back to life. I hope you really can, Jimmy, I hope you can control the weather. I don't believe that you can, but coincidentally, when you get here and it starts raining, that will be great. But that is another partnership that we have, is with the National Weather Service, with NOAA, to get expertise in here, the smoke forecasting as well. Where are those health impacts likely to be the most severe? We're focusing on that every single day, the weather, the smoke, and getting you back into your homes. We are using all the resources available to us to keep the fire from damaging your property and get you folks back to normal day-to-day business. Everything
That's, the community reassurance. Where's the meat and potatoes?
we can do, that's our goal. Thank you. I think we're ready for the representatives' remarks. If we are, how do I do this?
I was hoping this kind of stuff would be at the end, and they just give us all the meat and potatoes at the beginning, but here we go.
Hold the mic up to somebody? I'm good? Okay.
Well, briefly, if you can hear me okay, and thank you very much. North County is my roots. We have not had a major fire there in well over 100 years, and so we kind of knew this was coming. And just to see the teamwork, your local leaders there, the commissioners, people say all of our commissioners are from Brookings. Doesn't make any difference. They are fully committed to Curry County, and they've been on this fire for 2 straight months and 10 days. So a little story about the Klondike fire in 2018. Some of you may recall that it blew up when we least expected it. We were not complacent, but October 14th. So it took a turn, and a new team had just arrived, and we really honestly thought we had lost Agnes, and we didn't. And so it's just a reminder that it can happen with the winds. And so the next 3 weeks are critical. David Brock Smith and I are both in Salem, and he's on his way to Taiwan on a business venture. So we would like to be there tonight, could not be, but we're really closely involved in watching and doing everything we can to help from the state level. And just really appreciate the turnout tonight and the tremendous team efforts. And I'm assured that the folks that are in charge of working on this fire and battling this fire are going to get it out as quickly as they possibly can, with the least amount of acres lost, and as safely as possible. So stay focused, stay diligent, stay with your neighbors, and thank you all very much. And Curry County is very resilient. I'm very proud to say thank you now.
He was talking about the Klondike fire. I don't remember what year that was, but when he's talking about Agnes, the current flat fire threatened Agnes again. And thank God they saved it. It was incredible work that they did. So the flat fire is just a hop, skip, and a jump away to the southeast. Yeah, and it's still burning. It's been burning since July. But because there's a wilderness zone on the southeast portion of the flat fire, they can't get 100% containment. They can't peel away all of their crews in order to go to more important ones because of the ban on roads and wildernesses, basically. So that has super complicated everything. There's so many wildernesses in Curry County. The Curry County is screwed in a very special way by that roadless ban. And in the chat, it explodes with a lot of comments later with, okay, we know the importance of getting the dead trees off the landscape because they fuel fires that are worse down the line once the dead trees dry out, the ones killed by these recent fires. So are they going to be logged? And unfortunately, the answer, spoiler alert, the answer is nope. We're not in control of that. We want to log them down, the dead trees. Not only to, save the wood, so no other tree, living tree somewhere else has to be logged. but in order to make these communities safe and to protect the parts of the wilderness that did not just burn. And they said, that's Congress. Congress gets to decide that, you know. old, for the most part, old white dudes in Washington, D.C. who don't know jack about fires. But they, for the most part, if they want to pander to extreme environmentalist groups and who've been brainwashed that all roads are bad, they typically are too scared to change any policy, even though it saves the wilderness. You know, add roads, add fire access roads, and get rid of the dead trees to save what's left of the wilderness. We, from especially leftists and environmentalists from the West Coast, I would say we who care about the fires, and especially leftists, I'm talking to you guys. You need to make sure that you're, especially political party guys that start with a D, are aware that you are okay with fire access roads in the wilderness. In fact, you think it's critical and the dead trees need to go to save the wilderness. Then they'll not be so afraid to sign off on that. We really need to push for that. And so that was what the rest of the chat is about, that situation. So these communities need to not be screwed anymore. They are extremely vulnerable because of all the wilderness around them, which makes all of their fires get big for lack of roads. This Anvil fire could have been done just like the nearby ones. Late August. It could have been a 4-acre fire that nobody ever really talked about later. And it's big because there's no roads, no access. And then all these newly dead trees that are being killed. They still have trees that are dead from the Klondike fire and the Biscuit fire of 2002 on the landscape. Like thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And so they are very nervous. And unfortunately, the answer is Congress has to change that. So write your congressman.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and Nevi D, this fire is by Port Orford, just east of Port Orford, Oregon, Southwest Oregon. We're doing a special on it tonight because it's very, very active. There's high winds tomorrow, too. It was red flag yesterday. There's a lot of mandatory evacuations. And this is all these communities along the Elk River are extremely vulnerable. And they've seen this for decades happen again and again and again, where the big fires come. And they're in a very vulnerable spot because they're right next to the coast where it's famous for high winds. So there's 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts and like at least 14-ish constant mile-an-hour winds tomorrow. I'll be at the dentist. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be live tomorrow. But this is why we're trying to find out as much information as possible. What are these officials doing? This was a really nice community meeting. We'll continue with it.
Okay, at this time, we do want to open the floor to questions. What we would ask is that these be the broad questions, the ones that have applicability to probably many people in the room. And then as you have really specific questions, we'd like to have those afterwards so that we can break into smaller groups, to have one-on-one conversation, be able to point at the map and talk in those real specific details to answer questions for you after that. We do have an additional microphone here in the room, so if you do have a question, we'd ask that you please raise your hand and we'll get the microphone to you so that we can hear your question and get you an answer between myself and the folks who are, the other folks who are speaking this evening.
Nathan Radcliffe, 6.5 mile mark, Elk River. I'd like some information on the backburn that occurred coming up Anvil Creek that occurred yesterday, and how successful was that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Take the microphone. So you're talking just, you're referring to the area right above the hatchery, right? Yeah, so what happened? So this was kind of a coordinated effort with the Coos Forest Protection Association, and then some of the firefighters from the team. And what happened there was they had a line, a mixture of dozer line and hand line, which is down this ridge line here, down to the hatchery. And then along the road, the fire was up in this area here. And so a few days ago, fire was because the fire was blowing across this road, and so what they were worried about was the fire was going to continue to burn down into the bottom of Elk River. So what they did in a slow, methodical, controlled way, took fire, kept up with the fire that was coming at this line here, and brought it all the way down successfully over a 2-day span or so. I'd have to look at my notes, but somewhere in there. The fire that was slowly coming down the hill here, and just to kind of zoom back to the first day when all the evacuations occurred, this fire was a lot smaller, and the northeast wind came in, blew it up, and it had a lot of heat and energy. And with all that heat and energy, spots came over, or embers came over. One of those embers did start a spot fire. That spot fire was attacked aggressively and caught there. But the fire itself in some places didn't make its way down to the river. So as that got closer to the river, when conditions were really good, temperatures were lower, humidities were higher, firefighters came in and helped the fire along to come down to the river. And that was all successful as well.
Was it a low intensity burn, or was it a pretty high intensity burn as you talk about controlling your fire going up? Was that a pretty low intensity burn? Like
Yeah.
Ground crawl?
Yeah, low intensity burn in here. What caused this fire in the top of Rock Creek was the fire itself, which was moving around here, down in the drainage. Nothing we can do down there. It's boiling up. And then that yesterday came up with a lot of energy. I'm sure everyone saw that smoke in the air, came up to the road and dropped embers and created spot fires. And some folks last night tried to get in there. They gave it their best shot, but it's, as everyone knows here, it's really steep, rugged, thick in there. And so they were unsuccessful in there. But this itself was successful. And you know what this really did? It's right now, I mean, there's still heat in there, there's still smoke, but it definitely has bought us a lot, because we're keeping a really close eye on that. We're still working on building other areas that we could get after or catch fire if it were to come over, spot over. We're still continuing to do that, but this has been really helpful. It's allowing us to focus on this fire in here and what we're going to do next.
Thank you.
Kirk Viverberg, mile 3.8. I'd like to know if the government shuts its funding down on the 30th in 1 week, to what degree will we be left on our own? And to what degree will we get continued support?
Looks like Jake would like to answer this.
I'll answer that. So actually, interestingly, we were emailing around, our leadership on the forest was emailing things around. We will not, so that would be a federal government shutdown. Many of the folks here are, and it's a federal fire, so a lot of the overhead and management's all federal government. We will stay here. We will keep working. We will be essential employees. We will not go away. So that's my assurance to you. So while it will affect employees who are not at all involved in fire, it won't affect employees who are involved in fire.
Okay, so the usage of we, like who is we? I think what he's talking about is the Forest Service, because he's wearing Forest Service stuff. So that's news to me that federal funds will be withdrawn next week, just as the fire's getting bad. Say what? What? When he's talking about non-firefighting. So what exactly? Like, I mean, we saw this with the Dixie Fire in 2021 in Plumas County. The FEMA came in one day, and everybody goes, "Great, FEMA's here." I mean, towns have been erased, and this is this is California's biggest fire ever. The FEMA's here, right? And they were there to fix federal radio towers and left because the governor has to ask for federal help, and then that gets them around. I don't know what they're talking about. Is this FEMA or not? But then for the Dixie, they never, I don't think Newsom ever did in California. So I'm really confused. I was hoping you elaborate on what the hell are they talking about here. But rest assured, federal firefighters are not going home, but it may just be the feds that might just be doing anything from fixing radio towers and infrastructure to whatever they're doing. It's so weird. It's hard to get information on these things, and they just pass them by to somebody else. Let's see what they're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it? Dang it.
I'm Carol Cartier on Sixes River Road. And last week you spoke about in the tribal lands putting some kind of a block up there. I don't understand what all that means, what you do.
I think asking about the dozer line that was put in up there.
Yeah, so when we talk about lines, there's different ways to build containment lines is a good way of calling it, I guess, where we try to stop the fire. And so that could be with bulldozers, other heavy equipment that pushes vegetation out of the way. In some areas, it's firefighters with hand tools and chainsaws, and so they'll dig a hand line, which is 1 to 2 feet wide, and then they'll cut vegetation to reduce the chances of the fire getting up into the crowns of the trees. In some cases, in some fuel types, it could be using retardant to create a fuel break or fire break so that the fire can't burn through that retardant. And so up in here, in this case, it's a lot of these X's here. They're lines that have been built with bulldozers mostly. There's some roads in there, and we will use different tools, maybe firefighters with chainsaws to clear vegetation 20, 30 feet off of the road, where we might use heavy equipment, masticators, tools like that to reduce the vegetation adjacent to the road so that when the fire burns up.
Take a shot. He said masticators. So we have a drinking game. Masticators are some of the best new tools for, it's basically a big tractor with a wood chipper on the end of it. So they go, and they would chip trees. And so it's a drinking game. Anybody says masticators, so take a shot. Have milk. Dang it, I just poured tea on myself. Dang it.
Up to it, we have a better chance of going after the fire as it approaches the line itself. So, yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. When we pick a location like that that's out away from the direct fire perimeter, it's about finding the spot where we can be the most effective, where we feel like the safety and the efficiency of the resources is going to be the best to allow us to achieve that successful containment.
Oh my God, please just give an example. Like that was just, what?
So we'll start calling it a containment line, even if it's not quite contained, because that's where our goal is. That's where we're trying to keep it from extending past. And that's very much what Kevin was explaining there.
Yeah, fire line, containment line, basically what that is they just reduce fuels in a line. So in a variety of ways, wood chip it. First, if he's talking about hand line, hand means with rakes and shovels. It's done by hand, right? It's better to use a bulldozer because you know how much faster and better that can be. But you know, hand crews can be anywhere, even where there's no road. So they just take the pine needles and the dead things on the ground and they separate them, and so that's bare dirt. You know, maybe 3 feet wide. That's the hand line. If they can get mechanized stuff in there, then they'll take some chainsaws and the trees, either dead, living, or otherwise, right next to that hand line. They'll cut them down and then push them away from each other so that line will hold, because mostly fire spreads along the ground. And, you know, they have to chase after the spots that fly, you know, the spot fires that happen when embers fly around in the wind, but mostly it's along the ground. So that's how it begins. And then they strengthen and strengthen on really cool nights with not much wind. Then they'll actually try to light the pine needles and stuff on the ground on each side of the line one at a time. so that when the main fire comes, it doesn't have that much ferocity right on that line. They could sit there, babysit, hold it, hopefully keep it back. It's like manning the city walls, right? So they already have, they call it containment line, but it's not, this is what their containment percent is going to be when they start doing the percent. How they're trying to get a big circle around the fire with these lines. And they're trying to judge how long is it going to take before the fire gets here. And they don't put it right on the fire's edge because there's no time. They do the calculations and they try to make it a little bit away from the fire, and then they're getting ready for the fire to get to that point. If they're really, really confident, they've had many days to work on it, then they'll call it black. So if, say, it's a pizza divided into 4 sections, and they have the from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock black line, that would be a 50% containment, right? Even though they're trying to work and then circle around it. So black means they really don't expect fire to go past it. And so on this map and others, you'll see little gray little things. I guess it's hard to see, like right there. This is where they're under construction. And it's light gray at first, and when they get better at it, it's black. Like this is black. Much easier to see. If you could see them, it's a series of X's. And the thicker ones are better. The ones at roads are way better than the ones in a hand line, which can be up and down mountains. Because a hand line is not a road. You can't use it for travel. You can't get a fire engine there to put water on it. So hand line is great, but it's better than nothing, but it's weak, right? So wherever they can get actual equipment and then sit there with the fire trucks, that's way better. That's why you need fire access roads. So I hope I explained it better than that.
And if it's not quite contained, because that's where our goal is, that's where we're trying to keep it from extending past. And that's very much what Kevin was explaining there. Got one back here.
Yeah, I'm Brandon Wood. I'm with South Coast Lumber Company. I'm the land manager. I want to thank CFPA, the Forest Service, the team, everybody. You guys are doing a great job. Difficult winds coming forward. We're in a good community. We have a lot of loggers here, a lot of iron, a lot of good stuff. One of the things is I heard a sigh back here. Can someone explain to the community that a level 1 fire doesn't mean that you are the #1 priority in the nation? It means that in the whole nation, this fire is probably growing at a rapid speed. It doesn't mean that you're concerned that you're going to lose everything. So the explanation of saying you're a level 1, or this fire is level 1, it kind of concerns some people back here, I heard. But it doesn't mean that the fire is going to go, it doesn't mean it's that bad compared to that. It means that in the nation, it's the #1 fire on the watch.
That is correct. There are several large fires burning, specifically across the Northwest and California, and even the Southeast United States has some very large fires in Louisiana right now. All of those fires are of concern. And when they're allocating resources across the country, they have to prioritize those resources. And so they compare how many resources they have, how many they need, what the situation is like, what the weather conditions are. All of that comes into factor when they prioritize those. We happen to be prioritized as the top priority, and a lot of things come into play, including the fact that we have evacuations, that we have watershed at risk, natural and cultural resources, businesses that are impacted. All of that comes into that equation. Timber, thank you. Yes, all of those resources and concerns come into that equation and are considered. And so it's all those factors that cause this fire to be #1. And so when they have, for example, a crew available and they have multiple fires that are asking for crews, that's where they start, is who's the highest priority, and they work through that list to ensure that everybody gets some of the resources. Nobody can have them all, obviously, but that the higher priorities are getting what they need. Yeah, thank you for that. And I think there was another over here.
Hello, Aaron Kessler, Hubbard Creek Drainage, so due east, 3 miles from the fire. How concerned are you guys about any hot ashfall over in our drainage? I know we had a lot of embers and stuff that were luckily cool enough on Thursday falling, but on the east side of the fire, because we are down drainage from all that. So west side, I'm sorry, we're west of the fire. On that side, are we concerned? Like, should we be concerned in our neighborhood down there on the Hubbard Creek drainage?
Due west of 815.
West, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
There's a few of us from here. We want to know.
I know Hubbard's Creek.
Okay.
So I was on Hubbard the other day, and there was burnt tan oak leaves up there. Yes. So we're way concerned about it when it's hot and dry, right? And we watch the column, and we teach our firefighters to watch the column, because where the column's going is where you can have problems, right? So it is a concern for us. So I think where we're at, though, is humidity is high, and it's been helping us, and we haven't seen that. But we're watching every day for that. We have a huge contingent of resources above you at the top of Hubbard's Creek. We've opened up roads, trails, ridges, and we got a ton of people up there watching that every day. And that will not go away until the column goes away. So we're watching for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I want to make sure. I want to say something. Something they said earlier, just to reassure the public, was we want this fire. We want to put this fire out. Well, they can't. When fires get this big, you can't put them out at all. Period. It's not humanly possible. You contain. Okay, Mother Nature puts it out with something called winter, and torrential rains and/or snow. That's when it's going to be out. But can they keep it from moving around and destroying too much stuff before Mother Nature puts it out? So that's why it's called containment. It's just like, like they were saying, there's so many other fires in the nation that always are happening this time of year, and whenever fire seasons are for different states. So you do not try to put a wildfire out as long as when it's gotten big. You can put small acreage ones out. You can put one out on a grassy plain, that sort of thing. But you mostly just get around it and you prevent it from moving. So it's like consider it like you went camping and you had a campfire and then the grass nearby caught on fire. You chase after that. It's outside of where it should be. It's outside of the ring of the rocks, right? So you put that out, but then why would you try to put the campfire out? It's where it is. You would just not give it any more fuel. You would just wait for it to burn itself up. Why it's not humanly possible to do that. So when they're saying we want to put this out, I'm sure everybody wants to. I want a pony and I want a unicorn ranch, but it's Mother Nature that's going to do it. Their job is to just make sure it doesn't move. And unfortunately, they can't save the wilderness because there's no roads. They're just going to watch the wilderness burn up from the nearest fire line, which is basically a road. This is why we need fire access roads in the wilderness, but Curry County is especially screwed because they don't have a lot of that. So I wanted to make sure people know that. It's even with the aircraft, when you drop the water, it's like trying to put out something with a spray bottle. It mists, it spreads, it's in the wind, and above the fire there's so much heat, a lot of it evaporates. So they will put out the spot fires, the little ones that cross roads on embers and little sections, but they're just trying to contain.
Thank you so much. I think, did you have one? Okay. All right. Thank you. Then one over here, Lisa. Thanks.
Hello, Jim Howe. And your map here goes into zones on the fire, but the key is for levels. Is there a difference?
Yes, there is. The zones are referring to the area itself, and then each zone is assigned a level of evacuation status. So those zones that you see on there, some of them are some of them are level 2, and some of them are level 3. And that's a really good way for us geographically to speak to where those levels are applying to and how to alert you also to changes to those zones. So if you look at that interactive map that the commissioner and the sheriff both...
Okay, I just want to skip this. I saw this earlier. So what they're saying, why do you call it zones? Like, who the hell knows? They'll make an announcement like Zone 65 today is mandatory evacuations, go now. And It's like, yeah, that's not on a normal map. It's just on evacuation maps. So you do have to reference them and figure out what your own zone is. But they said it's the easiest way for them to quickly say in a one-word way, Zone 65, go now. Rather than say from this road to that road, from this where it meets this driveway, and this cross street, over to that mountain, over this Zone 65. Man, that's what she says. So I just want to skip this because it's the longest community meeting.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
You can count on me.
Yes, please. When we're getting towards the end of the meeting, it's we got about 10 minutes left. So I keep forgetting to tell people, if you hit the like button, period, please, that helps us reach other people. Videos that trend, I get more popular. Anybody looking for Anvil Fire information will find us quicker. So I really super appreciate that.
Fantastic job holding Elk River. Like, that fire burned down to the river and burned down to the road, and you guys have held your water there and really done a fantastic job. And all of us are super scared that it was going to jump the river and get into gorse and, what's going to happen next, right? And so it's fantastic that river's been held from the hatchery all the way up to Slate Creek or Sunshine Creek or wherever that is. Is there a containment area moving into Copper Salmon that has provided you an opportunity to maybe create another defendable line? Butler Creek is there, but is there something similar on the east side that you have the thought where you can defend that?
Yeah, so to answer your question, I guess to focus out, we've been focusing the bulk of our resources where the structures are at, where the fire could come down to the power lines and the other structures, and of course Port Orford and the Sixers River. And as we've been ordering resources, that takes time. Resources come in, and we're able to, as we get more folks in place, we're able to expand out. And just this evening, we got a few more individuals and some resources that we're now able to focus more of our efforts on this ground further east, heading towards Butler Bar. And so right now we're developing plans. We're still wanting to use the Elk River Road, and then as we continue to expand our capabilities, we're going to be able to come up with plans to further corral the fire. And so with the predominant wind patterns, wind patterns that really cause issues, those come out of the east and the northeast. And so really our focus has been throughout this area, and now that we're getting more resources in, we can now devote some more to find a way to corral around that. So
thank you.
And like I said, corral the fire, even if they can't contain the areas where it's most active and there's little road access or they don't have enough resources, whatever the reason. They still use aircraft to try to, and other, whatever they've got available, to put it where they want it the most. Like if they see a mountain that has a ton of dead trees on it, they're like, oh God, we don't want it there. If fire reaches that specific mountain, nightmare. So let's try and tell the helicopter pilots today to, if you see any smoke on that mountain, get that done. Dump whatever you need to onto it to keep that mountain from going up. That's what he's talking about, corralling. It's like moving around wild mustangs, but not actually capturing them. That's best they can do sometimes.
All right. Looks like we have answered all the questions, all the hands. And so I want to thank you again for coming out this evening. I'll remind you that we will stick around. Just kidding. We have one more question we're going to answer.
Online questions. We don't want to leave anybody out.
Sure. Okay, yeah, we have a couple online questions coming in from whatever platform it is, FaceTime or Facebook or something. I don't use that very much.
I'm going to explain right after this is over. This is not just done. I'm not going to end the stream. We're going to look at the Morgan Fire, a couple others, do a little bit of a roundup. So do stay tuned. This is just We got 7 more minutes here.
Much, but here they come. It was, and I think probably a lot of you have the same questions. What's the risk to Port Orford? What's the chance this fire is coming into town? And I can tell you, it's up to that weather guy, really, over here. No, seriously, though, the risk is there, but we are working with emergency management and the sheriff's office to build some more of those things that you asked about, those zones, so that we can sequentially have trigger points, management actions, that as the fire outfoxes us and gets past our primary control lines, that we can start then cascading that warning system back towards town. I don't know. I can't put a percentage on it for you. I just can't. I don't know the weather. I think we've got a favorable system coming at us. The days are getting shorter. It's fall, but this country can trick you. So we have to keep a high level of alert. We are being very diligent to make sure that we have those zones identified so that as things ramp up and if that were to start to threaten town, that we have adequate time and resources to effect a evacuation as needed. Brad, did you have something also?
I do. So Mother Nature has a say in the outcome of this, right? And we can't control Mother Nature, but we can control what we do, and we can control our preparedness. So let's talk about that scenario for a second, because that scenario is one of the scenarios I threw out to my emergency management team today. So if something like that happens, the sheriff is the one who has the ultimate say in determining what the evacuation area or status is. If the sheriff tells me we're going to evacuate Port Orford, then we have a full contingent plan in place, and the machine is going to start to work there. OSP is coming in. Jerry from the Red Cross is setting up a shelter in Coos Bay. We're bringing in mechanisms to transport people that maybe they don't have a way to be transported. Our deputies are coming in, going door to door, making notification. Everbridge is going out. There is a whole ton of things that are going to happen if we got to that point. But we have a very detailed, a very precise plan in place for that. We also have plans in place if this fire were to move towards Humbug Mountain and impact the power lines or impact 101 and our ability to go north and south. We have a plan in place for that as well. And we've been in touch with the power company. They are aware of our plans. And that's part of what I'm doing every day by attending these meetings and then having additional meetings with our emergency management staff. If you don't have a plan, you're planning to fail. And I can tell you that we have a plan and we have contingencies to that plan. We're good to go.
And that's good to have contingencies because this is nightmare terrain. Like Curry County in this section has extremely high winds pretty frequently because they're next to the coast. So they do have to have a whole bunch of contingency. Their lines that are not going to be as solid as, say, in other regions. But so far, they've done an awesome job. And I just want to reiterate that speaking with Broken Fish, who's a local and longtime retired firefighter from this area, I see no current danger for Port Orford. That's been on everybody's mind. It was like the number one question in chat. Port Orford's got so many north and south line roads that look like good and maintained, plus this power line here, which I think is Bonneville's. It looks like from at least satellite data, and I think what Brokefish was saying, local knowledge, they actually did a pretty good job of keeping any vegetation really trimmed low underneath their power lines. And that's actually a way that if you think about like city walls to protect communities, that's a nice one. Some logging and mountain roads east of Port Orford. I'm not that concerned. Now, I mean, if there is a crazy east wind event, anything can happen. But they have options. They have good options. The dairies and such that are down here where the river expands out and there's pasture land, that's great for defense, and the winds will die. They're going to be fiercest in the narrow parts of the canyon. And by the time it would open up, an east wind would be less fierce, where it's more like a valley. So they have good defenses for Port Orford. I'm much more concerned about anything near any steep slope and on the Elk River the highway, especially the southeast portion of the fire. I don't know if there's a whole lot of structures there or anybody, rurally in the mountainous parts. So they are challenged. I think it's Dry Creek. Rock Creek was the number one priority because it's going to be challenged by wind. Even a north wind can help push the fire to the west. Because like I said, what wind does is it rides mountains up and down like a roller coaster. And so it'll plunge down them, and some of them will go up the other side in the same direction, like north wind would be pushing, means wind goes to the south. But some of the wind, when it goes down a mountain, will hit the wall, and then it'll, think of it like water. It hits a dead end, and it'll go on either side. So some will go east, some will go west. So that's how a fire can be pushed west, even though the wind is coming from the north. You see on the Caldor and many other places. So this area, this little, I think I would call that Dry Creek, is very challenging for them. So we're going to watch that as one of the biggest spots of concern. The north part, they're trying to keep it away from the Sixes River, has been quite difficult. Quite difficult. And over here, I don't know if this is a banded fire line. They never made that clear. So in the Sixes River, you have a different kind of wind tunnel scenario. They also don't want it to get in the copper wilderness, which would be another kind of a nightmare. So rain and stuff cannot come too soon. Let's finish this up. And then we're going to go fire roundup, and it's open question and answer time. So do tell me what you want to know about any of the fires in the West Coast, and we'll cover that next. So let's finish this.
So another online question directed towards me. What will happen to the dead and down wood in the wilderness? Sounds like a concern. The concern is for future, as a future fuel source. So let me just talk a little bit about that. We'll be doing a lot of thinking about post-fire recovery, et cetera, later, but we certainly can answer that question now. So wilderness is designated by Congress. There's no legal way we can go in there and do any removal of timber after a fire. That's a choice Congress has made. That's not a choice the Forest Service makes. So I just want to be direct with that, because that's not something that we can do.
Now, this is what's everybody in the chat is like, oh God, and this is not a surprise answer to a lot of people, but this is the most important question. Will our communities be safe later after these fires? Because even more trees have been killed now. Curry County is especially screwed by having so many wildernesses, lack of the roads. And then when lots and lots of trees are dead, you have a race against time to take the dead trees away, get them at least on the ground and wood chipped. But standing dead trees are the number one thing that makes a new wildfire in the same area worse. So now they've got even more. They have tons of dead trees from the Biscuit Fire of 2002, and then the Klondike, and then these others. And now they're going to have a huge amount of dead trees right on the doorstep again with the grassy knob wilderness. And so to be safe, to save the wilderness that hasn't burned, we need to take them down. And he goes, sorry, we can't. This is infuriating to the locals, because this means they're more in danger than ever. Every time a fire happens near them, they are more and more at risk. They are more and more screwed. It is more and more likely that in the future their towns will get erased or extremely damaged, or smaller communities. So that is a congressional thing. So in Oregon right now, too many of the senators like Merkley and Ron Wyden, for example, just write them a letter and please, for the love of God, especially liberals, okay, you have the most influence on them because they want to please their base. Please say, for the love of God, help amend the the Wilderness Act of 1963. It defines wilderness as a place without roads, and that's why so many environmental groups never want to put them there. They think if roads go there, the wilderness will be delisted and deprotected and open to earth raping development, oil and gas and clear cuts and blah, blah, blah. So just redefine the wilderness so that fire access roads don't disqualify it. Everybody is happy. We can now protect the wilderness from fire. We can now keep it a wilderness because we're watching critical habitat and endangered plants and other species go up in smoke right now without no way to protect them. And these communities deserve protection too. Unfortunately, Wyden and I think Merkley support this absolutely insane bill that does the opposite right now that I think is being introduced by the congressman in Washington State, and that is to cement into federal law no more roads in wildernesses. This is insane. This means we're going to lose them all. You cannot fight a fire in a wilderness without fire access roads. What are you going to do? Currently, in the wilderness, you can only go in with rakes and shovels and literally cross-cut saws because it says you can't use a chainsaw in there. You can't do that. It's ineffective. We've lost too many wildernesses already. Kalmiopsis, already burned up in a biscuit, 2002. Now the grassy knob is gone. Well, much of it's going to be gone by the end of this. We have few left. You look at the Lookout Fire that was in the wilderness. These only got big because they couldn't drive up to them the moment the lightning struck and put them out. So, for the love of God, write your congressman and say, do not support that bill, abandon it, and help these communities, help our wilderness, help our old growth. We're losing almost all of it now. There's precious little left. The Lookout Fire is chewing through a lot right now. There's very little left. We cannot fail to act any right now. We need to. It's a race against time to get all these dead trees off the landscape everywhere. So I have news for you that's really bad. The first wildfire, as bad as it is not the bad one. Once all the trees are killed, the trunks start to dry out. The first wildfire only burns the sticks and the limbs and the stuff that's already dead. The trunks of the trees are not burned in a wildfire the first round when they are alive. It's because there's thousands of gallons of water inside of every big tree. A couple of years, you give it 3 years. Not only has it had 3 years to dry out to bone dryness, but then you've had 3 years of brush growth at the base. So every 3 to 6 years, you're going to have a fire that's worse. That brush will go up, and it's like stacking kindling at the base of all the dead trees, and now the dead trees can burn on the landscape. And if you think that the trunks of trees on fire is way worse than the limbs, you're correct. I mean, you're correct. It's duh. So if you can imagine the mushroom clouds that have already happened here, that's when just the leaves, the pine needles, the limbs are burning off. What kind of a screaming nightmare will we have 6 years, starting about 6 years from now? Like they are failing to salvage log the Caldor and the Dixie Fire right now. Not enough. Caldor Fire 2, Dixie Fire 2 are going to be worse. And years later, these are going to be worse. We learned this all from the Tillamook Bird in 1933. It repeated with worst fires every 3 years. It's called a 3-year jinx. And so we learned this in the 30s. This is ridiculous. Please write your congressman. This is the only way. At the federal level, this will be solved with a pen. These communities that are hurting, this will also revitalize them briefly if they can invite loggers from all over the country to please hurry. It's a race against time. Get these dead trees off the landscape. Every tree that's dead, it's only going to be usable wood for about 2 years and then it rots. Every tree that is killed by wildfire that you can use for lumber means that a living tree somewhere else doesn't have to be logged. But after 2 years, there's no use for the lumber, and so you can't sell it in order to finance the cleanup. But this is what salvage logging protects the forest. And they just said, sorry, in the wilderness, this ain't going to happen. Congress has to change it. So for the love of God, please write your congressman. I absolutely love the environment. I'm a proud big tree hugger, man. I'm an old growth protector. And I can tell you right now, everybody's wrong who thinks roads are bad. And salvage logging is bad. They're wrong. If you have a bunch of dead trees next to the living ones that manage to survive the fire, the next fire that burns up even the dead ones, the radiant heat is going to kill the living ones right next to the living ones. I'm going to say that again. Like, say you have a living tree in your yard, you have a dead one next to it. Even if just the dead one gets struck by lightning and burns, the living tree right next to it dies just because the heat killed it. That's the nightmare here. We have to change everything at the federal level. The pen is mightier than the sword. Exercise the pen, and we can effect change here. Otherwise, we have nightmares and nightmares of of wildfires to come in the future and erased towns and mass fatality events. We have to do something.
That's something that is held by Congress. That said, and I think this is a discussion that would be good for this community to have with, and our forest to have over time. This fire is reducing a lot of fuel in the wilderness right now as it moves through there. It's creating some snags by killing trees. It's burning up some down logs. Some of the snags will fall down and create new logs. A lot of fuel is being reduced. That's that smoke every day we're seeing. So there will be changed conditions in that wilderness afterwards. Good opportunity to discuss that as we go forward and we are able to get in there and take a look at what's happened. And just with that, thanks again for being here. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, that's never going to be the same. So all the dead trees created now are just, think about dead trees in landscape, which are called snags. They're still standing up. And that's as alarming to see. If you just go driving in the woods and you see dead trees up on the landscape, you should be just as alarmed by that as coming home and finding your entire house is soaked in gasoline. You know what that means. Fix it before there's a spark. So this has been the community meeting, and there's a lot of good info. This was amazing for a community meeting. I mean, 5-star quality here. We had pro camera people, pro audio, answered online questions as well as the crowd. Amazing. This was really good. Not pixelated. Perfect. Now, I do not understand why some of the feds are pulling out next week. I think they really should have answered that question. Like, who is leaving? The Red Cross has relocated. Let's just look at Watch Studios updates on it. We do have seriously bad weather tomorrow. I mean, there's a mixed bag. It's nice and cool, somewhat humid, but it's this wind. So there could be 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow. So hold on to your butts. If anybody's in a level 3 and has refused to leave, I would suggest that you do. It's my personal opinion, but your life is your life. And I'm just here to provide you with all the information you need to survive and make your best decision. But the best decision you can make is to leave before you're told to. And not into chaos. Especially in these areas where there's few roads. If you think about the Elk River Highway, that's pretty much the only escape route for a lot of people. There's you are one fallen tree or one car accident away from your only escape route of being closed and shut. You don't want to figure that out when you're driving and you come across that fallen tree or that car accident, and then you go, oh crap, what do I do now? You leave before the chaos. That's always your best option. And just try. What I thought was hilarious about that meeting is the sheriff and others were saying, if somebody loots this area, God help them. Whoo, bang. I like that attitude. So that was their community meeting. The Red Cross is relocating their shelter to, I think I don't know if that's current, but it's Port Orford Christian Church, 936 Washington Street, Port Orford. So I read that somewhere and watched it, I think. Let me just do a Control F search for the word shelter. Yeah. Okay, that is its new location. So they set it up. They moved it from yesterday. They moved it to Port Orford Christian Church, 936 Washington Street, Port Orford. Not Port Orford. Port Orford, Oregon. So this is our serious smoke. It's better than the mushroom cloud it was prior. But, you know the weather. Now we're going to get some moisture. I think it's scheduled for Thursday. Let's go back and look at the weather because people might have missed that. that, I want to make sure we have the most up-to-date type forecast. So you got your small craft warning and hazardous seas warning because it's just pretty windy off the coast. Now, east of the Cascades and the high deserts of Oregon, like Klamath Falls East, has got a freeze warning, which is great for the Morgan fire over here. That's going to keep the Morgan fire struggling. Fire needs three things: oxygen, fuel, and heat. Remember, heat is the fire triangle thing that everybody forgets about. The hotter it is, the better, the more fire thrives. Right? So, freeze warning, like the same bonfire in above the Arctic Circle in winter, soaked in gasoline. That thing will struggle compared to a bonfire in Cuba, soaked in gasoline. The heat is the difference. In the same exact conditions, the heat is the difference. So I'm very happy to see a freeze warning over there. We'll check out the Morgan next, but I just want to say that's woohoo over there. Now, we move over to Curry County. I'm going to make sure people know what the general forecast is. This isn't the super forecast of NOAA weather, but it's the general. So we could have 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow with a sustained 16 coming out of the northeast. Now, Brokefish, who's a local and ex-firefighter there, said he prefers the northwest winds to the northeast because the northwest winds come off the ocean and they're wet. They're moist. They're ocean things. Northeast stuff is not. And the northeast winds would push it to the southwest closer to communities and push it, against where there's more inhabitation to the west side of this fire. So unfortunately, that's what you get, though, northeast winds. Now, Thursday, there's 10% chance of precipitation. And like the rest of Oregon, I think it's just not really going to happen until at least Saturday, the weekend. Monday, 90% chance of precipitation, but also wind gusts of 35 miles an hour. So this is going to remain quite challenged. They've got a lot of challenge with this. This is it's pretty difficult terrain, difficult weather. And they're finally getting a lot more people on it, but boy, did they need that a long time ago. So, this is the number one priority of the nation, they said, because it doesn't mean that disaster potential is number one, but there is disaster potential, lives, structures, properties, and wilderness at risk that are extremely important. Compared to the other fires, this one's doing kind of bad. There's a struggle here, whereas even other fires are bigger. Even though other fires might be near towns too, it's easier now to contain and protect those communities because they've had a lot of time to work on things, and there's been a race against time here that they've lost for some areas. It's a difficult terrain. No fire access roads in many parts. So the fire season is not over. It's not really the wet season yet. With El Nino, we'll probably have a late Indian summer. We could have a pretty dang dry. Oregon, Washington could have a really dang dry October. Even California could. So California's worst fire season is just beginning. It'll be October through January. It's winter because of the Santa Ana winds and Diablo winds happen October through January. So this is an El Nino year. That means, I'm not going to retire or anything at the end of the summer. For the winter, we're going to have potential for quite active fires much later in the season than we thought. Like summer may not properly really end until November. The wet snows and the rains might be pretty torrential. Like it might be an extreme snowpack this winter, but it will start late. That's what El Nino does. The rainy season starts late. Remember the worst fires in California with Paradise, Oakland firestorm. What happened with Santa Rosa, Bangor and Eureka? These are October and November. It was a unseasonably warm October, and November 8th is when the Paradise campfire started. So just hold on to your butts. We've got probably an Indian summer here. At least we have cool temperatures and higher humidities. Otherwise, this thing would have exploded and be much bigger than it is. So we've got a mixed bag. Write it out. Just gonna write it out. Hey, Abu, good night. So I'll open questions and answer times. We're gonna look at the other fires. So let me timestamp this at 2:54. We look at the other fires now. I just explained El Nino. It means an El Nino winter. It means two things. You can have late summer season fires and also massive flooding. El Ninos have been where we've had crazy flood years for Oregon, Washington, and California because you can have extreme snowpack and then it rains on it, like in May. You can have late snows and like May heavy snows, and then the Pineapple Express storms from Hawaii that are seasonal, like atmospheric rivers is what they call them these days. Torrential rain on top of 18-foot tall snowpack. That's what causes the massive flooding of when Oregon and California floods at the same time, because that's generally the same kind of effect. So hold on to your butts. If that doesn't turn out, we will be extremely lucky. But we're going to be prepared. I want to give you a sober analysis now so you can prepare. Don't slack off. If you have heirlooms and photo albums and things, now would be the time to scan them. There's fires, floods, whatever. Scan them, upload them to the cloud, get cloud backup, so that you don't have to take them in your car to evacuate. Buy watertight trunks and those sorts of things. Even if you have an evacuation from a flood or a fire, if they use water in your house to put out a fire, you don't want everything ruined by the water, the smoke damage. So watertight trunks, they make them now. Put your most valuable things in them. And I found it very convenient during the Beach Creek fire to just grab those watertight trunks and prioritize them in the back of my car. But even better, while I was evacuating my mother, but even better would have been to not have to take any photo albums at all, just leave them there and be confident that I had scanned them and uploaded them to the cloud. What the cloud means, sorry, forget a lot of people don't know what that means. The cloud means that it's on a computer elsewhere in the world. That's it. That's all that means. It's just saving something locally, like a backup hard drive on your desk. Well, what does that do? You lose everything still if your house burns down or there's a different disaster, right? So it means putting out there on the web, saving the files elsewhere. The cloud was invented after Hurricane Katrina because the way that storage of data used to be is that it would be in one spot somewhere in the world, and Hurricane Katrina wrecked those in the South, especially in New Orleans. And so a lot of companies and a lot of people lost everything because those computers got drowned. So these days, smart. The cloud means a copy of your photo or your data will be in Japan, and it'll be in, Singapore, be in New York, London. Redundant copies. That's what the cloud means. Don't ask me why they call it the cloud. It's weird. So we got 4 hours ago we had an update on the Morgan fire. So that's the one that's east of. I can't remember which county this is. It's kind of on a border. It might be Klamath County. Let's see what is the cloud. Klamath County is it's east of Cave Falls and southwest of Paisley. So this was started, I think, by lightning a while ago. We had some lightning a couple of days ago. I'm not that concerned. They said they have 1,000 acres. The reason is they had so many recent fires here the last 3 years, starting with 2020, that they have really good improved fire access roads. And it's like, oh, again, we're old hat at this now. We've got a lot of experience here. A lot of this is already pre-burned in the last 3 years of fires. There's less fuels. The Morgan fire remained active today as activity increased on all the flanks. Extreme fire behavior was observed to be running, torching, and spotting. So they had a hard time with it today. But there's a freeze watch right now. That's why I'm less concerned. They said multiple air and ground resources are on the scene. Additional resources are offered or en route. Type 2 Incident Management Team, Northwest Team 7, has been ordered and is expected to arrive Wednesday to take over command on Thursday morning. And so they urge the public to stay away. It's a temporary flight restriction, of course, but where this fire is in a national forest, I believe. It's national. And so it looks scary from a distance, but it's nobody lives up there, right there. There's unfortunately historical assets to lose. If it got, excuse me, to the north, it could threaten the town of Paisley. It's the biggest in habitation. But with the freeze watch, especially, this will be a different situation. We're going to look at the weather forecast, though. So 11 hours ago, they're talking about it burning in the Paisley Ranger District. Oh, the Fremont Winneman National Forest. And these aren't the big trees. These are the mini pines, scrub, chaparral, and bushes. And this stuff burns hot, heavy, and fast. But there's, how the lookout has just been going and going and going and going since July. It's because it's eating old growth, and that's a huge thing. Like one old growth tree can burn for weeks before it's burned up. But you've got the mini pines here. You got pine trees mostly that are not that tall. It's a high desert, with on these buttes and bluff areas of Oregon. They've got more moisture than the flatlands, but it's still really dry. The trees just don't get that big. And so as it rips through, you'll see big mushroom cloud type stuff happen, and then it has more of a peter out factor than, say, the big old growth and the big extremely tall elevation, high elevation stuff like the lookout. So weather over the next few days will generate potential for the active fire behavior. The north winds and the high ridgetop winds and low humidity will produce critical fire weather. Possible moisture on Thursday may affect the development, but it's already fixing to be pretty dang cold and to possibly rain. So they have a lot of air resources there. And man, it's gonna get punched by the freeze watch. So let's look at the weather from Morgan. Smee says, thanks to that and the south and southeast, and spot fires are mainly from around the time when I was setting up the stream. Okay, at where? Hey, Abby, by the way, have a good day at work. Let me see what you're talking about, Smitty. Okay. Yeah, Smitty says climate emergency legislation will allows for fire roads and snag removal until the end of the current climate emergency. Oh, hey, Nick. Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Hello. So, what I want to say is, Eastern Oregon, just in general, has an early winter arrival, way earlier than, say, anything in Western Oregon. Like, it's divided. Eastern Oregon is just everything east of the Cascades. That's when everybody grabs a pitchfork and a torch and says, Catherine, stop calling us Eastern Oregon. We're Central Oregon. Sorry. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. It's a different world as far as the climate goes, east of the Cascades. Everything's wet, lush, and everybody who hears of Oregon is wet, lush, and green. The Cascades to the west, and you drive over to the east side of the Cascades, and it's like, whoa. It changes so abruptly to high desert that it's like a line, like God drew a line with chalk, north and south. And you pass the last big green tree in the mountains, and you look behind you and go, whoa, that's a rainforest. And you look in front of you and go, I'm in a desert now. It's that crazy of a transition. So I wish there was a terrain mode. In fact, I'm going to go to show you guys what I'm talking about. I'm going to go over to Morgan. And I can show you the terrain. Let's do the base layer as TF Outdoors. There we go. So look at this. You got the flatlands. It's not sea level. And you got this little chunk here that allows for a forest to grow. That's Cleft Falls over there, K Falls. And if you turn on global imagery, you've got irrigated chunks, but where it's not irrigated, it's dry as a bone in Eastern Oregon. And remember, it only looks this green certain parts of the year. Then they cut the irrigation and then they harvest. It's things like hay and whatnot. So if you go over to the Fremont, whatever, National Forest here, we take off fire. This is currently very active right now. We've got heat detection going. It's probably due to wind. If we just zoom in, you can see how this is scrubby, piney stuff. It's little. And so you have a lot of chaparral and the bushes that go up and they produce tremendous smoke and tremendous heat, but it peters out. It's just not like a big old growth forest, Western Oregon style. Now, it doesn't mean it's got its own challenges because it can move so dang fast. And if we look at this red stuff up here, this is where they've had recent fire history in the last few years. Dead stuff. We go fire history, see all this. So I guess, it didn't burn yet. I was mistaken then. That explains the big mushroom cloud. It's a spot that didn't burn. So you see the Ben Young 2020, the Clover Flat 2020, the Bratton of 2020, the big 2018 Watson Creek. Okay, that explains it. But you see how it's surrounded by recently burned stuff? That explains that. But it doesn't have that much new, fresh stuff to get to. Now, if we go to once you get in ahead of it, once you catch up with it, Paisley is right here. Let's put the fire activity back on. And if you turn on fire history, see how Paisley is protected by the 2020 Bratton stuff. This is reduced fuel loads by a huge amount. And the 2020 Clover. 2022 had something here, like called a Cougar. Or 2021. I don't remember what it's called now. But it was late season just like now. And it was big, boom, over because it snowed. So what I'm trying to say is the temperatures go extreme in Eastern Oregon and extreme cold arrives early. They have a freeze watch right now. So when they're talking about precipitation by the end of the week, that could be freezing type, like it rains and it could freeze overnight. So this is National Forest, nothing particularly threatened except for maybe historic resources. We don't want to see the last bit of the forest burned. It hasn't yet. But here we are. Now, let's look at the weather. Let's put my radar back up. We're going to go to the forecast. I was super worried for Paisley because they had a new fire that ended the season that year. And I remember I freaked out for nothing because it was like crazy out. Winter arrived, there's snow on it, So if we go here to Lakeview, Oregon, bad air quality, bad air quality. Current conditions, it's 51 degrees, humidity is 36, it's low and that's bad. And that's typical of Eastern Oregon. So they have mostly clear skies for tonight, low of 36 degrees. So winds 5 miles an hour from the east, changing to light from the west-northwest. We're going to check the cams for the Morgan to see if any of the California cams are still looking at it. They had an extreme zoom, and it surprised me. I even thought it was a new fire last night, because we had lots of lightning in the area. But it was actually an extreme zoom, and it was like 39 miles away. So we were actually looking at the Morgan. It was very confusing. So upcoming, they'll have, for tomorrow, mostly clear skies with the smoky haze, the high of only 59. And winds are 0 to 8 miles an hour from the east-southeast. So they could pounce on it in the morning. That would be great. But then it changes to 9-mile-an-hour winds with 9 to 15-mile-an-hour winds from the north. So let's look at the outlook for any precip. Thursday, there's a 30% chance just before noon up to midnight-ish for a little bit of rain. That's great. We went from the mushroom cloud of today was explained by the high temperature being 70-ish, but 59 is a high tomorrow and 32 is a low. And then Thursday is 49 as a high and 28 as a low. So Thursday could technically snow, or be a freezing rain thing. So Friday, 10% chance of humidity, precip, I mean, high of 60, a low of freezing. Saturday, 10% chance of precip, high of only 64, low of 37. So these temperatures are great. The humidity sucks. But then you have on Monday, the 25th, 40% chance of precip, and let's look at that. And then a very wet week next week. So I don't know how much it could possibly spread around. We've got some wind, low humidity, but very low temps. So it's just hard to get this under control with how fast the scrubby pine chaparral stuff moves around. But this is great for next week's forecast, and this freezing stuff is going to help out tremendously. So this isn't also the kind of fuels where it'll make its own weather too much. It's there. It could make the winds around it a little bit worse. It could generate little mini fire devils and the like, which can really fluff it up like into, like what you saw with the mushroom cloud kind of deal. But it's not the big old growth of Western Oregon. So this is not going to be a long-term fire. That's my way to summarize that. Let's just hope that it doesn't burn up too much of the unburned. This is like the lucky pocket that didn't burn in the last several years, and unfortunately it's on fire now. Do we know what caused it? Was this a confirmed lightning? Let's go back. New York reported on the 18th. I think it probably was. We saw the crazy lightning that night. So torching and crowning is entire trees on fire, and crowning is the tops of trees. So if, like, say, a dead tree, this is also why you don't want snags, dead trees in landscape. Fire loves to climb a dead tree all the way to the top, and then the wind picks it up and puts dead tree pieces on top of the living trees' tops, which is the crown of the tree. Think of the crown of your head, the very tree top. And then the wind will light the tops of the trees on fire and push it long distance, and firefighters can't do anything about that. They look up and go, damn, that sucks. And when the top of a tree is on fire, eventually some of that's gonna, like, these limbs are gonna break off, hit the ground, and set the ground on fire. It's a nightmare to have crowning. And the high winds explain that. So the public's asked to stay away. Yeah, please do. And it's in the Paisley Ranger District, Fremont Winneman National Forest. They got better roads than usual. Thank God it's not a wilderness, so I'm going to say. They've got 6 engines, 1 Type 2 helicopter, 4 single-engine air tankers, 3 heavy air tanker planes, 1 crew, 1 dozer. 1 dozer there. 4 crews, 2 dozers, 2 water tenders, and 1 feller are on the order. I'm going to think it's a feller buncher. Felling module. I think they're talking about the relatively new invention. It's an automatic tree cutter. I mean, a person sits in the cab at the controls, but it's safer than walking up to a tree with a chainsaw. That's like logging is extremely dangerous because you don't know if there's cavities in the tree, hidden weaknesses in a tree. As the logger is cutting with a chainsaw, it begins to crack and make sounds of weakness. But guess what? Chainsaws are loud, so the tree may be falling to pieces above the logger with him or her not knowing anything about that weakness, and so the tree could fall apart and crush the logger, or weak branches can break off. And what branches do, even though they start out horizontal, is they flip and they go vertical and spear loggers like giant spears to the ground, called the widowmaker. Survivability of a widowmaker is very low. It can come in, hit your shoulder, and exit your pelvis all the way through your vital organs, or knock you down and impale you to the ground by going through your back, out your stomach, and even embedding itself 3 feet deep into the soil. And so this is why feller bunchers are great. They allow tree felling and safety a little bit further away from it, where it's like a big, it's kind of like a tractor, where the tractor arm goes and grabs the tree with a lobster claw grip, and then there's a little chainsaw underneath it. It goes, cuts the tree off, and the tractor is actually holding the tree, and the tractor's arm turns it sideways and puts it down into a pile. Much safer than just walking up to a tree and trying to cut it down with a chainsaw. So this is very, very efficient and quick, and that's what you need to do to make a good line in front of a fire to stop it. Hey, DeBashman, how are you doing? Thank you so much for your kind donation. I try to order a really nice meal with your donation. Like I tried to get Lebanese leg of lamb to reward myself for being this sick and at my post. And being Monday, I forgot these restaurants close early. So I did find a burger joint open with gourmet burgers. I had a nice organic beef patty, mushroom and Swiss. Treated myself to a nice banana milkshake. And boy, was that nice. Thank you. And now I've got some leftover money to get leg of lamb or something later. So that'll help me recover. I've been emaciated due to being ill and not keeping much down lately. So we're gonna fatten me up. So how are you guys doing? The Bass says, was thinking of this channel and community all day due to the haze and smoke in San Francisco. What we should do is look at the smoke and how it traveled. But anyway, if you just tuned in, I just looked at the Morgan fire. I think it's such a late season that it may burn actively the rest of the week. It may be rained out and or snowed on next week. Because Eastern Oregon has winter arrive early. It's already freezing temperatures tonight. Eastern Oregon is another place. It's a high desert, so nights are freezing cold, and like in summers, it's boiling hot. Like Burns, Oregon and stuff. When you look at Oregon's entire forecast for the weather, you'll see crazy stuff on it, like the low of 36 at night in June or something, and a high of 115 during the day. When I camped out at John Day in June, I almost boiled during the day. Like I would freeze all night with my breath freezing in my hair in my tent. Don't tent camp in Eastern Oregon, it's a bad idea. And then I would be shivering, making my coffee at 7 or 8 in the morning. And by noon, I was peeling off all layers of my coat and wanted shorts because it was like 110. Eastern Oregon's a no country for old men. I'm not man enough for it. But yeah, that was a nice one. That was a nice treat. So, thank you for your kind support. Anybody listening, please hit the like button too. Pinned is a way you can donate via PayPal. Pinned comment. You can hit the super thanks sticker in chat here. Super thanks has got a little money button and super chat. You can donate through to keep us ad free and going. This is my 100% job, my volunteer job. I don't work summer, and now this winter I'm not going to work either, in order to be here for you guys and cover the fires. It's a leap of faith that I'll just get enough donations to pay rent and stuff. So very, very much obliged. Even $1 or $2 makes a difference. So let's look at others. The Pete's Lake 13 hours ago update. It's wilderness, so just like the other wilderness fires, it's going to kind of do what it wants. Can't fight it without roads there. So the only thing they can do is go to the nearest roads and wait for the fire to get to them. And unfortunately, we just lose more wilderness. It's southeast of the Lookout Fire, simply north of where that Morgan Fire is, but it's the middle of nowhere. So the wet season is going to be the only thing that will really help that. Now let's look at Zoom Earth real quick and see about what happened with the smoke today and why did San Francisco get smoked out. The north winds have been pretty fierce, so I think I've already kind of answered my own question, but let's illustrate it, right? You go to Zoom Earth, you get this little kind of a primitive but trustworthy. You go back in time. So the 19th, you go back to like 10 a.m. Let's see what smoke did today. So this is going to noon to 1 o'clock. And is it from the coast? Or is that clouds? It must got to be clouds on the coast. But yeah, everything just got pushed down. So wait, let's go back. So let's just start on the 18th and just go. So that's like 11 p.m. on the 18th. It's so hard to tell. It's smoke and clouds in the nighttime version. Now you got like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. My God, I think the smoke from the northwestern, pause. So this is like 9 in the morning. That is smoke. It drifted out to sea and then drifted south. The southern, there's the Anvil right there, with some of its smoke going out to sea. But you see that the crazy Smith River complex, the north and the south, and everything else in northwestern California had smoke go out to sea and then get sucked into San Francisco. You poor things. Usually it's the nicest fresh air breeze. So there's only two ways that wind really enters state of California, because the wind from the the coast doesn't really make it into the valley because it bumps into the coast range, and so it's like a shield. It's like a giant wall in California. But San Francisco Bay, all the wind just gets sucked up into there. And so we've had fresh bay air last couple of days. If you look at my radar, it illustrates wind pretty good. The fresh Alaska air usually comes down the coast and it enters California right here through the bay. In this case, the smoke went out to sea. You just sucked it up like a vacuum. Oh, you poor guy. That sucks. And it goes directly to Sacramento, and dang. So pollution increases and increases and increases in California because the wind can't make it. The pollution can't be driven, east of the Sierras. The Sierras are this big wall that keep all the pollution that fires and cars and vehicles and burning and whatever happens in California. The pollution doesn't go anywhere. That's why it's notoriously bad pollution. California doesn't have that many factories and things like you'd think about, coal plants or anything. It just has a problem of being walled in by mountains, and so all pollution just stays there and builds up over weeks and weeks and weeks, giving it that crazy polluted look. Nice sunsets, though, whereas every other state has big mountain passes, like even Oregon and such, through its mountains, and pollution goes to other states and dissipates. Here it's concentrated, and so you only get pollution relief when the winds come in through San Francisco, bringing the fresh Alaska breezes or Pacific Ocean breezes, and then today, oh man, it's sucking in the smoke. And sometimes when the hot, dry desert winds, that sucks. It's the Santa Anas and the Diablo winds. The only way for pollution to leave California is the fresher air from Nevada just sweeps over the mountains, and it gets pushed out of the bay. But it takes high wind events for that to kind of cleanse it. So that's why California has some of the highest pollution standards in the world for vehicle efficiency and this and that, because it just sticks around, right? If California was seriously green, it's kind of fake green right at the moment. The greenest thing to do would be to allow work from home and put that in California's constitution, because it's the commute. It's mostly vehicle commute pollution and such. So green would save all the fuel of people having to commute, but especially in the Silicon Valley and San Francisco area. But here we are. It would also save the state billions on or whatever road maintenance from fewer people on the road. But here we are. It's a tap dance of being green rather than being truly green. But you know, let's see here. The okay, let's go back. We did the weather. Next fire. So write down my timestamps. The poor people of the smoke drift to the bay. All right, now let's look at new fires. Yeah, and let's look at this again. Let's play this. Let's see how the smoke and the clouds drifted away today. So this is starting today at 9:20 in the morning. And then last call, guys, for fire info, because I'm going to go. I have a lot of stuff to do tonight because I unfortunately slept most of the day. I mean, actually, it's fortunate because my fever broke. I had been awake for 2 days because of nausea and anxiety about the crazy red flag weather. I must reiterate, we got insanely lucky that no towns got erased and no people died yesterday due to insane red flag weather of all the way from near Portland to the Canadian border of eastern Oregon and northeastern Oregon and eastern Washington. That was insane. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 10% humidity. We could have seen a new gray fire. Could have seen chaos. We could have seen towns gone in a blink of an eye. But thank God everybody was safe with fire, and the firefighters pounced on a couple of ones that showed up. It was a mixture of luck and people being very responsible. That's wonderful. But I couldn't sleep the entire night before just thinking of the fire potential. So we had comedy hour at the end of the last stream, which was hilarious. You guys should check it out. I tried to lighten the mood and look at old Smokey the Bear commercials from 1950s to the present, and we unfortunately found out that 6 days ago that Smokey the Bear has his own YouTube channel. They are making the creepiest CGI Smokey the Bear now. That is terrifying. And they're going along with a theme that you can step up and talk to other people, like your neighbors or people you see camping, and give them fire safety advice. Like, oh, don't just put a water bottle on that fire, but let's use a bucket. And remember to stir the ashes. And so the theme is anybody could be Smokey the Bear. So women and guys, boys in the hood, anybody can be Smokey the Bear, right? So it's super creepy. Smokey is shirtless, and so the women who become Smokey, they added a set of breasts, not only to the male Smokey, but the female too. And there seemed to be a set of 4 on the female lady. You can't make this up. Like, I watched it thinking it would be funny. It was terrifying. And people turn into werebears, sort of thing. It is not like what they intend, like comical. It is just terrifying. Hey Tracy, how are you? I'm sorry. Tracy says hi. Good morning. Just popped in to say hi before I go to work in the UK. Thank you for being a wonderful supporter and checking in. So yeah, you can't make this up, sort of thing. I was laughing and terrified at the same time as I played those videos, and one of which was Smokey the Bear stops a family going into the woods and says, "Please step out of the car, please. I would like to tell you how to adjust your chain so it doesn't drag." And the guy's looking out the window. He goes, "Okay," and I'm like, "Run for your life!" She's a werebear with 4 breasts. You know, oh God, it was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah, it was Island of Dr. Moreau stuff. I just have to show you a tiny snippet. It's like, oh, and look, Smitty, a white moose has been born. A white moose is out there. This is very auspicious for Native Americans and other spiritualists, spiritual people. This is white animals that are like this are big rays of hope. And so, wow, guys, this is like maybe a 2-year-old moose, 3, judging by rack size. I mean, it's going to grow bigger. It's in velvet. I had no idea that leucistic or albino moose have white velvet. Wow. So I don't know if this is albinism or leucism. It's a very similar condition. Leucistic animals, it's a different pigmentation genetic condition, where leucistic animals can have some areas of black and stuff, like pinto horses are. And you do not have to be pink-eyed to be albino, though. So it's we'd have to consult an expert. Albinism is not found in every animal species. Like, for example, there are no albino tigers. White tigers are leucistic. So crows that are part white and part black are leucistic. Some black and white horses are leucistic. So, but let's look at the Smokey the Bear channel. The Bear channel is it's terrifying. Smokey is within you. Like this is the one that's just frightening. She has like 4 breasts, guys.
You need some help?
Your tow chains are a little loose. Could spark a wildfire. I could show you how to secure them properly if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah, dude. If you're stopped in the middle of the woods by a werebear, don't get out. Keep driving. Keep driving. She has lips and stuff, but like I said, she has 4. Smokey shirtless and has lips and stuff, and really disturbing human teeth, and a pot belly and human hands. Yeah, see about the 4. Okay, just tip for you animators out there: bears have 2. Okay, female bears, a sow has 2. It's not a pig. These are supposed to be 2, not 4. See? See what I mean? And the chick is like, she's a little too, hey there, get out of the car. You know, like, drive.
You need some help?
Your tow chains are a little loose. Could spark a wildfire. I could show you how to secure them properly if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, please step out of your car, dude. Like, the chick is not even looking. It's like, woman. Somebody's encroaching on your territory, man.
Sure.
Oh.
Thanks a lot.
Anytime.
Yeah, Catherine wants us all to have nightmares again tonight. Exactly, Debashman.
You should check out SmokeyBear.com. They've got a bunch of tips on wildfire prevention.
She's back in her human form. So there's a creepy one where a guy is, Smokey's within you. Is just, oh God. The one where the guy answers the door, it's like his neighbor turned into a werebear. Also, bear have round ears, okay? Not pointed ears. Let's look, is there a playlist on the channel? So, it's not woke, okay? It's not woke. This theme has been going on for like, since 2011. They're not trying to make Smokey a black guy or a white woman or anything, or change his sex. It's the whole, like, you could be Smokey Bear theme, but it's a super creepy one. Where's the one where the guy's neighbor is burning leaves? Yeah, you would think it'd be right here, but these are uploaded 6 days ago, and they're ultra creepy. Dolly Parton with Smokey, okay. And then we found out just how creepy Smokey has been throughout the years, and we tried to watch like the kids with the puppets, like the Jim Henson style ones from the 80s, And that was creepy too, because the puppet masters thing is like puppet animals, like oh, and then there's the nuclear bomb Smokey the Bear, a 1969 commercial. What the hell? Where they equate wildfires to nukes. It was terrifying. But the little puppet rabbit goes, like the puppet skunk says to the puppet rabbit, "Yeah, the wildfires killed, affected, made a lot of our friends homeless. Like habitat loss." And then the little rabbit goes, "Yeah, not all of them made it out." It's like, wow. Okay. A lot of this is just terrifying to kids. So the Smokey the Bear, the Get Yours Smokey on, I think is the best way to find that. The new ones. These have been uploaded the last 6 days. So this one, look at this. This is freaky.
Really? Buzz, what's up, man? You left some leaves burning out here.
Yeah, I just just came in just for a second.
Come on, man. If it's too hot to touch, it's too hot to leave. You could torch the whole neighborhood.
It's a good point there, Smokey.
9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans.
Well, incorrect. A lot are actually started by corporations, which are not humans, but yeah, okay. But Smokey now has a pot belly, weight problem, man boobs, human fingernails and hands, and pointed werewolf ears. And so it's just all creepy. Don't answer that door, man. You see that? Don't answer that door. He's frightening. Bear have round ears, guys. I don't know what to say. Oh, and the human teeth aspect was just ultra creepy. It's just really bad quality CGI, and the idea of Smokey has always been to talk about wildfire with scary topic in a kid-friendly way, so it's not that scary. That's why we're aghast at this. This came out. This is one from 2011, but the others have come out in the last 6 days. It's like, at least we're uploaded in the last 6 days. Oh, Gordon Weaver says, "Thanks for the hard work you do, Kat. Thank you so much for the pat on the head. Thank you. But tell it to my mods. They allow me to be here, and all the donators too. Thank you, mods, and everybody here that comes in to contribute the info. I try to end on a happier note. I used to play Smokey the Bear song, and everywhere I looked, it was terrifying. The nuclear bomb commercial and whatnot. But so Joe Johnson says wildfires in the front yard. They moved him to a general fire safety, outdoor fire safety mascot. But he was also a black bear. Don't ask me why he's brown. The original Smokey was a rescued bear cub from a fire. So they don't understand species or much about this. But I mean, it's just they could make him look a lot less frightening. Don't open that door, man. You ever see this? A talking bear at your door? Just don't open it. But it was just bad. Okay, friends. Let's Wildfire Roundup last call, because I have an early morning dental appointment. I will not be here tomorrow, even though we've got some serious wind tomorrow by the Anvil fire. So it could expand. There could be evacuations expanded tomorrow. They still don't have enough people there. They haven't had enough time to protect everything that they want to. The Anvil fire will spread around. It will continue to grow, and it won't be out until the winter, whenever the wet winter earnestly starts. So we have coming in, at least by Thursday or this weekend, some sort of moisture. Not enough. It's got low temperatures, decent humidity at night, but it's this wind. So the Anvil fire is quite challenged by the wind. Okay, I just got that wasn't BrokefishN. I thought maybe he came back to explain. The Morgan fire is in the middle of nowhere, so it looks scary from a distance. But we already have a freeze watch and warning, and lows of 32 and 28 in the next few days. So it will be going, and then put out by Mother Nature. Eastern Oregon winter begins much sooner than in the West. So usually most mountains and stuff have snow by the first week of October. And we're on the 19th of September, so it just really depends. I'll have a series of freezes, and then maybe a couple of warm days, and then October's solidly winter in Eastern Oregon. We have the Trout Creek fire that was over there by Madras. I want to check on that too. 25% containment already. All lines held overnight, and we just didn't get an update today like I was hoping for after the morning. I guess we just gotta check it out in the morning. So they're focusing on extinguishing sources of heat within the perimeter and working to increase the containment. Now this is a tumbleweed deserty area with a strip of irrigated land by the river, by Highway 97 here, south of Shannock, north of Madras and Bend and all that. I mean, this is totally different than everything from the Morgan fire. This is tumbleweed fire. This is while it's very intense and moves fast when it begins, as long as they get around it, just could prevent it from spreading. It burns itself out real quick. It just runs out of stuff to burn. So I'm very pleased that they seem to have protected all structures, and they're just working on getting rid of the heat. If the aircraft can fly over tonight, that'll be great. Now, what bothers me is the aircraft keeps turning itself off. Okay, it's on. So we have some survey looking, 30,000 feet right now. We've got a Beach King, Super Beach King air. This would be the high altitude surveying for heat and mapping new perimeters. So it took off near Eugene. It's going over to Cascade Fires right now. I'm going to look at the lookout and check the cams. This is a live movie camera. Not much happening. I really don't expect much happening because there's just not that big of a wind situation right now. So we could use like a 12-hour time lapse and a lookout. And it's been kind of not that active, except for little portions of the day. The temperature's a factor, and the crazy winds of yesterday, for example, were where the red flag and stuff was significantly east and north. So it's just kind of a nice, kind of the worst conditions skipped this region, which is great. So this is our 12-hour. What happened with the lookout? Joe Johnson says, "You understand revenue advertising and honest authenticity and not in the scope of works." I have no idea what that meant. I'm Darth Cat again. Heck. Hey, isn't there one Sith Lord who was neutral? Who was dedicated to not being evil? But not really good either? Which Sith Lord was that? That's an interesting one. I'm not really that into Star Wars, but I always thought the lore was interesting. That's just sci-fi is not really my thing, but Star Wars has got a cool appeal, right? Let's see. This is Deathball Mountain Cam, and so it's currently looking in the correct direction at the lookout fire, but I've always wanted it to be to the right. And where the northeastern section of the lookout fire is, it never really pans to the right. So we've been blind with the lookout. Has been the most fierce, almost from day one. Hey, birds! Look at all them birds! Yay, birds! It's also a vulture and raven favorite spot, judging by the crap that's all over it. So Joe Johnson says, okay, I read that quote. Okay, it's kind of a last call. What fires do you want me to look at, guys? Any information for me? Because I'm doing this now because I've been asleep most of the day. I had to catch up on my rest with this fever. Like I said, I won't be here tomorrow. I'm at the dentist. Nice little sunset there. From what we can see, some pretty negligible activity. And we're going to check the heat next on the cams. We know that right now the Morgan is active. It's got new heat detections. That's because the Morgan and the Free Willow right there has those dry, stubby pine trees, but lots of high desert type of shrubs underneath it, which means it'll burn hot and fast and produce a lot of heat as it moves around, but runs out of fuel relatively quickly. So, oh, whoops, I'm sorry, I have to go back to do that, to go back and look at the birds. I think these are young turkey vultures because a young turkey vulture does not have a red head yet, kind of grayish. So they're like little boo-boos, newborns, sort of fledglings. Smitty says, quote the raven, nevermore. Ravens can talk pretty dang well, so can crows. And they're dang smart. One of the coolest stories I've ever heard, and I'm now sad that I can't remember who told me this story, but they had crows in their backyard. And we're talking a long time ago, like maybe in the 60s. It was a boomer's recollection of childhood, right? And so crows are, especially the older generation that mostly hates crows. They do some bad things like eat baby, eat chicks out of the nest of like songbirds and things. They're opportunistic. They kind of eat anything. They raid nests. So this, his mom liked. Hang on. Where's my? Okay, that's right. Over here, the controls to go backward. Backward. Let's go back and look at where the birds were. So the mom wanted to destroy the crow's nest with the chicks in it. Further back in time. And he didn't want that to happen. But his mom goes out, gets a ladder into their tree, which must have been an orchard type tree. Where is it? Where is the bird? There we are, at the very beginning. Yeah, these are turkey vultures. Here's the first one. Oh, that's kind of cool. Gotta be a baby. It's strange. It's got a white fluffy feathers behind the head, but it's not pink yet. It's probably a very young one. So here they are just looking out. Yep, pretty young. No pink head yet. But you know what? Black vultures occasionally get lost from Texas and head out west. And I've always been on the lookout for one. I've perhaps seen one a couple of times in my life because that's an adult turkey vulture right there. You got the pink head, you got the white beak, right? And let's see a juvenile turkey vulture versus black vulture. Like what is? How do you tell the difference? Juvenile turkey vultures look similar, dark-colored heads and bills. Juvenile black vultures look similar to their adult counterpart, though. So under the wing, you could tell. But turkey vultures have brown feathers, technically. They have a black-looking appearance, but it's like a dark chocolatey brown. So, yeah. Oh, Bob. Turkey vultures are larger. But I want to see, like, image-wise. Yeah, underwing black vultures don't have the big white skirt. But unless they spread their wings, we won't know. Like I said, I mean, that's a true black vulture to the right. They only are occasionally in the West. They mostly hang out in Texas. So these are black ones. But does a juvenile turkey vulture have white around the back of the head, though? That's weird. I thought that was a bit of a black vulture feature. Unfeathered head with wrinkles. Whitish legs. Okay. So, yeah, turkey. Juvenile. Perched vultures have hunched posture and pale legs. but the weird white white behind the head is a bit strange. Huh. Okay. So let's go back to our. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Whitish legs. That is just juvenile. Strange. They're just hanging out. It's the adult. Probably a parent. Oh, nice takeoff there. So you got the white underside there. And the way to tell a California condor in flight from if you look up from a turkey vulture is California condors do not think shoulder pads. They have shoulder pads of white. As the turkey vulture has a skirt of white. So if you look up, only the shoulders are white on the condor. They have black wing tips. The turkey vulture has a black shoulder, but white on the skirt, like the lower parts of the feathers. That's the way you gotta think about that. And I'll tell the rest of the story now. The lady goes in the backyard to destroy the crow nest, and all the crow chicks in there were looking at her, and they had bright blue eyes, and she was startled by that. They have cute little baby face blue eyes. They become dark later in life. So a crow chick cannot talk. I mean, no birds speak before about at least a year of age, even parrots and stuff. So while she was up there ready to throw the chicks out of the nest, I think it must have been the adult that panicked and started saying, "Mama, Mama." And she lost her nerve and couldn't destroy the nest. She just quietly put away the ladder and let them be. But can you imagine? I don't know if that's an intelligence thing or what, that the adult said, "Mama, Mama." Just maybe save her own chicks. Wow. And it was in the voice of her own child. It was in the voice of the kid who told me the story. So it was like she heard her own son's voice saying "Mama," and it was the bird saying it. Like, wow. So it's SB Kathy Hay, by the way. Says our neighbor had several in his tree a few months back. Crows. I had to call and warn him as his outdoor cats. Wait. You had to call and warn him because he has cats. Oh, so the cats wouldn't kill the birds? Oh, turkey vultures. Well, they're not going to bother cats. They're strictly going to go for carrion. They look like they have powerful talons. The vultures and the condors. They've got these little fingernail claw-looking things, talon-looking things. However, their grip strength is completely almost useless. They are not like an eagle. If they wanted to chase after live prey, which is a waste of their time, they can't grab it. They can't effectively use their little feet as a weapon. And while they might have razor beaks and stuff, they just don't attack living things. They just sit there and wait. They got the patience of anything. Yeah. They are no threat to anybody's living thing at all. They're actually very cowardly. They sit and they walk and watch. They know they can be damaged by dying prey, and so they will use their noses, their incredible sense of smell. And people don't realize that birds have like no sense of smell unless they are a vulture. That old myth where you can't get your human scent on a chick, you can't put it back in the nest and mom will abandon it. No, that songbirds have no sense of smell. They are visual hunters, raptors and hawks and stuff, no sense of smell. They have a small brain in that head. And so the brain has to choose which sense it wants to develop. And so in the vulture, it's all dedicated to sight and smell, because that's how they find their food. And into the raptors and songbirds, it's going to be color, dedication to color and finding food by sight. So the songbirds and the fruit eaters, they've got color vision better than us. They find the fruit and they find the food, and they notice movement a lot better than we do. have sharper vision, like little wriggling worms on the ground stuff. So there's no room in that brain, like in a hawk and raptor or something, to make room for smell. Same thing with the incredible color vision of the songbirds. So don't believe that myth. You see a chick that doesn't have feathers, really, you put it back in the nest, and then that's its best survival chance. Let's go back at the other fires. Where we have cams? Check Northern California. Oh, we're going to check the cam for the. Let's see if we could look at the Morgan. The California cams, Sugar Hill, looked at it. It confused me yesterday. I hope it doesn't rotate. Please don't rotate. Okay, it doesn't rotate. So this is a Morgan fire. It confused me yesterday because it moved around just as lightning went through this area. I thought it was a new fire. But it's actually zoomed in and sees the Morgan fire 39 miles away across the border. And it was looking at the Morgan. Let's actually do a 12-hour. As long as it doesn't rotate, we can see that. So whenever a camera is zoomed in, any camera, the higher the zoom, the amount of camera shake gets worse for any little reason. So any breeze or whatever, if a camera is zooming really far, the slightest jostling of the camera makes for extreme shake. And that is just a thing. Yeah, I was pretty dang active today. But notice how the smoke column is almost vertical. Not particularly wind driven, except now when the smoke goes sideways. It was just the fuel that was on fire that made that tremendous heat in that smoke column. It was almost straight up. And that's because it hasn't burned in quite a long time, so it's got a lot of dead trees on the landscape. It's a national forest. It wouldn't have been logged much at all, maybe. So there's probably a lot of dead trees, the dead and down stuff burning. Let's just repeat that. To make a crazy amount of heat, which makes the crazy propels the smoke higher. So, and today was the last 70-degree day. In the future, it's now highs of 64, 59. So I do not expect that it will be much like this ever again, really, unless the weather forecast changes. This surprised me because yesterday I failed to confirm. I thought it was burning where the 2020 fires were, like the Bratton. It's a little pocket of unburned fuel in between the Bratton and the others. So that explains this, making a pyrocumulus successfully for a bit. You could tell when one forms because the white stuff on the very top exceeds the layer, the cloud layer here, right? It's because the tremendous heat is pushing it up, and that white stuff on the top is the vapor. There's moisture in the trees and in everything that is burning. Like nothing is completely bone 100% dry because of dew and other factors. Even like completely dead trees have got some moisture. And combustion itself makes water vapor as a thing, as a product. It makes CO2, water vapor, and smoke. That's what combustion does. So the more heat from below, more stuff on fire that's burning hot, the more that the heat propels the smoke and shoots it upwards, and then you get the pyrocumulus as a result. So you can see how it bursts through. It takes new heat to put it higher, to burst through this layer where most of it was flattening out before. So intense stuff, but vertical most of the time, not really wind driven here. So the fact that it's in a plateau, low mountain range, we'll have to look at the elevation, means that it's higher. It has more direct sunlight on it at the top up there, but it'll run around up and down hills because fire is up and down. And that explains its activity. It doesn't need wind to be doing a lot of heat like that. But that was 70 degrees. Remember, heat's part of the fire triangle, and the cooler temperatures are going to moderate down a lot. I don't know that it'll be able to do much of that again. But I hope they do slam it with aircraft in order to save the unburned part of the forest. There's just national forest up there. I don't think there's much structures except maybe old cabins and stuff, unfortunately, like history. Just not one of those that's a huge priority for me to track that much out, just curiosity, right? So let's look back to, you already looked at Trout Creek, Morgan. What's the stock fire, 1 acre deal? 4 hours ago, Modoc National Forest, the fire's 18 acres and multiple resources, including aircraft that were on the scene, putting fire lines around it. The fire will be staffed overnight. It's around 18-ish acres. We'll look at that. So I wonder if that was from yesterday's lightning or not. Who knows? Blue Creek 1, 2, and Marlow fires. Did they split this away from the others for some reason? Is it just part of the complex? Because I don't remember them calling them individual fires outside the complex for a long time ago. 22 days ago, they called it 1,700 acres. Did they split it away from the complex, or is it just part of the SRF Lightning complex? No anymore. So they are about 13 hours ago in the morning. They said they're bounded by indirect control lines to the east and south. Firefighter footprints where the fuels are lighter, probably the August complex. 2020. Fire growth was moderate yesterday. Today, forecast predicting warmer and drier. Activity in the interior pockets may become more active as it continues to consume dead material from a 2008 fire. Oh. Huh. That sucks. 2008, that's a long time for the dead trees to dry out. So no values are currently threatened, meaning like homes and stuff. Wildland Fire Module continues to monitor and assess. Fire managers from 2023 SRF Lightning Complex are coordinating daily with the managers of the Happy Camp Complex due to the proximity of the Elliott. Okay. All right. So it's middle of nowhere. Interesting. They did split it. It used to be kind of mostly one button to push here for the SRF Lightning Complex. So, all right. South Fork has even gone gray on watch duty. The last update of 3 days ago. We still see it on the Del Norte cam, which is over by Eureka, and it looks very active, but it's staying within its lane. Smith River, Caskey, and all those 5 hours ago they updated. Okay, let's see. We got a video. Cool. Let's watch that on the Facebook though, make it big.
Hello, my name's Thomas Carl Millward. I'm an information officer with Northwest Team 8, working.
Here we go.
Hello, my name's Thomas Carl Millward. I'm an information officer with Northwest Team 8, working the Smith River Complex North. We're currently sitting at 92,727 acres. That's about a 600 acre change. And contain is now 77%. Let's take a look around the map. In Taylor Bowl, lines are holding really well. This should be final shift for ground crews in that area. Moving forward, we will be using aerial observation to patrol that section. Moving along to the northern perimeter here of the fire, crews are engaged in fire suppression repair. Coming along the eastern side, down by this secondary contain line, crews are really focused in that area on suppression repair related to the secondary control line. In the utilities portion of the map, our green island here, we have moved to patrol status. And then over here, the secondary control line near Brookings, Crews are working hard on that line and with an outlook of 7 to 10 days until completion. One watch out note, we will have northeasterly winds this evening, topping out at potentially 35-mile-per-hour gusts. Typically, this would be something that would impact fire behavior. However, we are seeing projections for humidity levels, max humidity levels in the 50s to 60s, which should counteract that increased air speed.
Okay, let's go back. That's very important. Sorry, I was like spacing out.
And then over here, the secondary control line near Brookings. Crews are working hard on that line and with an outlook of 7 to 10 days until completion. One watch out note, we will have northeasterly winds this evening, topping out at potentially 35-mile-per-hour gusts. Typically, this would be something that would impact fire behavior. However, we are seeing projections for humidity levels, max humidity levels in the 50s to 60s, which should counteract that increased air speed.
Whoa. Okay. To me, that's when you really need to start explaining, not ending the video. 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts tonight, northeast. Okay. They're saying there's humidity, but northeast winds are usually from the desert in Northern California, like Eastern Oregon's desert. Wouldn't that lower the humidity? Is it still going to be humid because of is wind from the coast meeting it or something? With the Smith River complex, so, what? That was 2 minutes. Maybe explain for 2 more minutes. What the heck? Okay. I don't want to be here all night. I don't want to be babysitting fires. Now, I think Gasquet and all these are looking pretty good due to their tireless efforts to save the community for weeks now. Now, this was the fire perimeter. The northeast winds would try to push it to Gasquet, but I think that's mostly cold because they fired the landscape in front of the advancing seat of the fire weeks ago to help save Gasquet. Now, we've had a lot of spread in actual heat detections. You see where these little dots are south of, significantly south of even Camp 6 up here, where the cams look, not fortunate, excuse me. The cameras at Camp 6, excuse me, how did I go to Oregon? Okay. Here, Wild Frontier, have been looking south at it. And so we watched it last couple of days. It was right up here on Gordon Mountain. But that is not a concern. See how far away that is. And so now the heat, it's been moving west. Gordon Creek area, lower Coon Mountain Road should be where it's headed right now. I think we'll probably get a lot of heat detections. But this is not near the communities. Six Rivers National Forest. We don't want more of the forest to burn up, but that's just happening. So earlier in my broadcast at the very beginning, somebody came in and said, this camera might burn over. I'm like, it already did, mate, like weeks ago, late August. It scared everybody. But I had to explain that this camera has zoomed and it's more than 15 miles looking at this. Like, it's like 15 miles to the south. So if you got like a 12-hour time lapse, it continues moving sort of to the west, but away from a human habitation. So it's not particularly fast travel either. It's not near the cameras. So Joe Johnson says it's apparently American species of duck and geese. What is? I'll have to look back at chat. There's bird talk in the chat. I like it. I'm one of those bird lovers, bird watchers. I just go, oh, birds. But I want to point out the dead trees right here. Look at all the dead trees. This is why it's still moving and it's still going, is these dead trees are never removed from previous fires. See? Some of those that are still brown, that's recent previous fires. Very recent. Last 3 years. 2020 stuff. You need to salvage log immediately. And the white ones, that's very old fires. I mean, that's like, it takes UV light to damage the dead tree to bleach it out white. It's like people don't realize that like a human skeleton or something is actually kind of brown after death, but everybody thinks skeletons are white because skeletons in the desert turn white. That's UV light damage, you know. But like if somebody wants to buy a cow skull for their Wild West decor for their Wild West saloon, like bones are brown. They have to be bleached with actual bleach, so you get that white color, you know. So if you look at dead trees, they've been bleached over time by the sun. First, their bark has to fall off after a few years, and then the wood underneath is bleached white. This takes years. And so this is why they can't contain the fire. It just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. It's got, those are the biggest sources of fuel. And we just have to learn our lesson eventually. This is why it's active on the cams and still spreading, even though like night after night, there's humidity might be pretty high. Dead trees are the perfect fuel. They're huge, and so they'll burn hot, bright, and for a long time. Yeah, notice the lack of roads and the slopes. So as soon as every single one of these dead trees ignites, which it will, let me just look, it's coming. Every single one of the dead trees will collapse and shatter and throw dead pieces of debris everywhere. And that'll ignite the living trees. Because this fire is just on the ground. You don't see the fire on the top of the trees. It's just on the ground. And if the dead trees weren't here, the living trees would probably survive it. It'd probably survive this fire because it would be after the pine needles on the ground, the sticks and stuff. But there's too many dead ones, and so the living ones are going to die too. Because the fire in the ground will climb up the dead ones. Every single one of the dead ones will burn for a series of hours, maybe a day or two, shatter, collapse, and the burning bits are going to go all over the live ones. If fire just moved along, that's the difference between fire being beneficial and restorative to the landscape or destructive to the landscape. You keep the dead trees up and it goes destructive mode. Because trees can withstand a lot. They can have some of their limbs burn off and survive. As long as they're big, adult, mature, their bark is pretty fireproof if it's a low intensity nighttime moving around fire. However, their neighbor next to them, right next to it, see the dead trees next to the living, the tremendous heat of the dead neighbor burning will kill off the living one next to it with just the heat. And that shattering effect and throwing sparks all over is it's bad because it's like a tower collapsing, a dead tree collapsing. As it shatters down and falls, it's a lot of wind on it. Basically, it's whoosh, and you get it spread like crazy. And the 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, whatever tonight, are going to throw it all over the landscape. So I feel sad. These living trees are going to die. They don't have to. This could be a restorative, natural, because this was by lightning. Could have been a restorative, natural, beneficial fire. It's not because of the dead ones there. Just sad. It's also too thick. The trees are just too close together. So one tree on fire is the living tree's branches are touching it. It's going to spread to the living one. It's bad prognosis that I have. So let's just watch the time lapse. But as we learn, if we can manage for us way freaking better. See the dead ones torching. You have a brief moment in time to see it. So when you see the vertical glow, that's the dead trees torching. Torching means fire going from the roots to the top. So there are little, yeah, we can actually zoom in on that. See the little white ones? Watch them as it goes into, in fact, I'm just going to freeze frame it. Goes into nighttime mode, and you'll see some of them torch the actual red glow. Like, maybe keeping on that one and this one. Maybe we have a good demo here. Let's keep going. It's not too many frames yet, so fire at the base here. It's unfortunately struggling to focus. Okay, boom. Yeah, that one looks dead right here, so it's burning at its base. And I am advancing frame by frame. And you can watch it climb. Going up to the top, and then it goes infrared. And unfortunately, it's not calibrated correctly, so we got too much of a washout. And it's not focused. Ooh, that's good right there. You see, right here up in the sky, that's heat in the sky and little flaming bits of debris. One of them probably just shattered. So this is being taken by the wind. This is, you can see the bright white bits in the sky. It's being taken by the wind. It's going to go light other things on fire with that wind gust. And the whiter smoke means heat in the smoke. Remember, white and fire, any kind of light and heat is same thing to an infrared camera right there too. Some of this is artifacts from a lens where it's not like some of the weird block looking things. That's just because of, they call it JPEG artifact. We are not seeing the raw video. We're seeing compressed video. This is the middle of nowhere, so the upload speed can't be that great. So the video is not raw and crystal clear. It's being compressed so you can. It's taking advantage of the crappy internet in the middle of nowhere, right? For these things. So whenever you see the big flare-ups, it climbed all the way to the top of a tree. It just torched one. And unfortunately, it's just too. You sort of see it. This dead one here, you see the white to the top. And the hot smoke in between, the columns of hot smoke in between, is the lighter gray. Now, the stuff that's like, it looks like little dots and stuff, that pattern is the artifact of compressing. Have you ever seen a good photograph, but you needed to shrink it in size to email it, and then it looked like dog crap? In order to make a photo or a frame of video like this, well, basically these are photos, in order to make them smaller so that they could be across the internet, you're throwing out information, details of the image, like a checkerboard. So the way that like JPEGs and things work, which is it's got to be JPEG, is think about the entire photograph as like a checkerboard, black and white squares. In order to make it smaller so you can put it across the internet, they'll delete all the black squares in the entire photo. But then it takes the information from the square next to it, like say grass. If it's like a grassy field, it's deleted all the black squares, and it'll just pencil in the same color as the squares, the white squares next to it. That's the way that works. So it doesn't look like it's missing holes, but then you get that as noise. It's hard to explain. Now, when the day comes when we have high-speed internet everywhere, or maybe satellites or something, we'll have the most intensely crisp images and none of this nonsense. This is like 1995 looking images. Vote for me for Empress and I'll fix all this. I'll put high-speed internet everywhere. It'll be a national priority and we'll get out of the dark ages. Okay, how important is high-speed internet everywhere for the economy? Oh, I don't know. How important is literacy? It's as important as teaching people how to read and write in the nation. It's the 21st century. We will fall behind if the entire country does not have the internet. It should be a #1 national priority. It's like paving all the roads of the country, from the time of, like in the 1920s, that was a priority. That was good. what if we still had no national freeway system and no highways that were paved, and it was still 1920s? You understand how bad our economy would be? It's the same concept. Okay, so now it's out of focus, and you can kind of understand what's going on. Let's go to the current view. But Christopher, you going to bed? Good night, dear. Thank you for being here. So last call. We're going to check heat signature. We've got it as a most active part of this is the central west flank of the Morgan fire. We've got it there. This was updated 4 minutes ago, so it's within the last 15 minutes. Now if we look at the current wind, come on, load. Northeast wind makes sense. So the Morgan fire will try to go spread west and south, but they've got a road here up on this ridge. I don't know how many crews are at night shift and working on it. It's a very new one, so I don't imagine that many. Now here's where we're looking on the cams. So we have an hour ago they were more active. Well, I want to check the wind forecast. She's windy. I hate windy, but here we are. It truly 35 miles an hour tonight. We got 18 gusting to 31 at the Camp 6 weather station. Exactly what the cams are. Okay, it's true. So currently it's, what is it? It's now Wednesday, folks, after midnight. So 28 mile an hour is gusting at night, 10 constant. Even though it'll be a low of 51 degrees, it's almost at its low. Tomorrow is the 35 mile an hour, starting at 11 through 8 p.m. Actually through midnight. That's a lot of wind gusts into Thursday too and Friday. So, wow. Sustained winds of 10ish and 13. So remember, I'm not here tomorrow because I'm at the dentist, but I might be here the day after. Smitty says go to call tonight too. Be blessed, everybody. Good night, Smitty. Thanks for being here. Hey, I've been an empress for a long time, not just this week. Joe. I was named after Catherine the Great. See? Okay. Steady wind direction out of the northeast. I'm just puzzled that they have high humidity. You know why? You know, northeast winds are usually pretty dry out of the desert, but heck if I know. It's burning my retinas. It's so white, so I'm turning this off. Turning that off. Okay, so I did the last call. I'm going to look at heat here east of Eureka. Not a factor. That's those fires are mostly have been staying within their lanes. Still Anvil. Quite a lot of activity tonight. Let's look at the wind and oh shoot, I shouldn't have closed windy. Let's reopen that. Let's look at windy and the Anvil fire area. Port Orford. What's its wind forecast? Because we got a lot of activity in the west sector. Pretty much the same thing. North by northeast winds up to 35 miles an hour till Friday. So hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. And if we look at the fire activity, let's just do all satellites. Yep, this is a challenge here in the northwest section. Challenge in the southeast. This looks, the southwest section looks pretty good. They've buttoned it up pretty good. Now it is traveling north against the wind because it's just rolling down the slopes. It's so steep, climbing them because it's so steep. So they're trying to keep out of the Sixes River. If it got here, it would suck a lot because it's like a wind tunnel. It would push it west, trying to meet the sea. And I'm sure there's sea structures and communities out there. Structures. I was really hoping this would be a lot less active September. It's usually the wet season in Oregon. by now, by Labor Day. But here we are. It's El Nino. Thanks a lot, El Nino. Fire history. Where's the structure? There. Here's orange. See, a little bit easier to see that. It's this hard. Whenever there's dots in orange. Yeah, the Sixes River does have some inhabitations. It's sparse, but they lost their entire tourist season. This is bad for their economy. It's a lot of campground, river rafting stuff. All of Curry County's been horrified, slammed. The Fire 2, Agnes, and all those, where they did a Rogue River tours, just absolutely destroyed. Now they're still investigating the Flat Fire. That was probably human cause somehow. Well, they'll figure that out whenever they get around to concluding the investigation. It's so late when they publish that, sometimes 2 years later. It really pisses me off. But here we are, you know. But we know the Anvil was lightning. There was a lot of lightning and a lot more fires around here. They pounced on all of them because they had road access, and the Anvil did not. And here we are. Tell your congressman, and I mean like this week, not like later down in the future in your lifetime. Tell them this week, because this stupid congressmen right now are trying to pass a bill, and just Biden just might sign it, being kind of asleep at the wheel. Just thinking, oh, I'll please environmentalists. I'm already getting heat for all the oil been allowed to drill, you know, because environmental groups have tried to brainwash everybody who cares about the forest that roads are bad, that it leads to inevitable development. Is just not true. So just write your Congress like this week, especially Wyden and Merkley, and say, for the love of God, I care about the forest. In order to protect them, we're losing the entire grassy knob wilderness and others because there is no road access. Please do not support the Roadless Wilderness Act to cement it into federal law that you cannot put roads in. That's a disaster. Tell them that you don't have my vote next year. I don't care how liberal you are on other things, but you're not getting my vote next year. If you support this, you will lose the rest of our wilderness. It is such a stupid thing. So, let's look back at chat. Okay, nobody had any questions. We got 20 people here, probably 10 of which are asleep due to my soothing voice, right? We're going to just do look around at our heat spots. The ghost detections. Okay. And Merkley and Wyden are liberal moderates. They're not crazy. You know, they will listen. It's just they have to know that they'll be, if they lose environmentalist support, they have lost their seat in Congress. So they need the confidence that to do the right thing, that they'll still be reelected. That's the thing. It's like, please do us a solid, and we will do everything we can to help keep you around. They're good reaching across the aisle types, you know. So, yeah, the only active heat is those that I have already checked out with the GOES satellites. The one east of Portland, is that still technically even going? We've had a lot of wetness. No current heat to one of the Bulls Run watershed. Also ridiculous that they couldn't put that out within an hour or two. It's because of, guess what? No roads. 2,000 acres, 54% containment. It's just sad. Portland should be incredibly embarrassed about this. They said, let's not put roads near the Bull Run watershed because human activity could threaten the water supply. Well, guess what threatens it worse? It's wildfires. Because if you have one, you have to dump retardant and stuff everywhere and whatnot. And that's why you should have a lot of fire access roads, and they have like none. So good job. This is Multnomah County. Good job, county. You're stupid. But anyway, this could have been put out within an hour or two as a lightning strike. Everything else was when Portland had tons and tons of lightning. Instead, we got this full-on 4-alarm disaster that's been going on. How many since August 25th? That's going to be expensive to clean up. But here we are. The Chicken Creek prescribed burn? No way. Chicken Creek prescribed burn north of Sherwood. Really? That's cute. Chicken Creek. I never even heard of Chicken Creek, but that's neat. Okay, friends. I think I've covered everything. We got some, whoa, that's a random slideshow of turkey vultures when I was researching them. Really, I really appreciate vultures and condors. They're good luck symbols, I think, with Native Americans basically, because they do good jobs for us. They were on the cams earlier. So, this is what I say, guys. You've done everything you can do. You've done everything you can do. We got windy days ahead of us, and it's gonna be scary for the Anvil, especially. But boy, remember, every day we get closer to the wet season and the true winter coming. Every day we're marching closer to it. These fires are the ones that should be worried. Their lifespan is shortening with every day that comes along. Just gotta be patient and work through it. So let me look back, close these windows. Right now, the best piece of advice I can give anybody is evacuate before you're told, especially if it's level 3 or whatnot. These are high wind events, and high wind through the night means that you could have the fire on your doorstep at night. Well, that was these bear ponds where we were trying to figure out if Smokey the bear could hold a shovel or not without opposable thumbs. Don't ask. Okay. Don't ask. So, yeah. Good night, friends. And have a good night and good luck. I'll see you next time. Not tomorrow, I'm at the dentist, but maybe the day after. I'll at least try to do a fire roundup the day after. We'll be watching the weather. We'll be watching the weather. Stay safe, friends. And thank you for your kind support. Now hit the like button on your way out if you would, please. If you haven't. And if you find this useful and helpful, there's a super thanks button and a super chat button and a pinned comment is to donate to PayPal. Even like $5 helps out. I appreciate it. And do share the word. Hit the share button. It will conveniently take you to social media where you can make a post, like on your Facebook page. Like, hey, I find this valuable. We mostly spread by word of mouth because YouTube is bad at connecting people with what they want to know. Right now, they're asking me to spend my own money out of my own pocket to promote my own videos when I'm on a near nothing budget. Not just shoestring, but like a poverty budget for this channel. And YouTube has got a new policy where if you want your videos to go to the top, they're not trying to connect people who want to know what this information. They're trying to make content creators pay them to go to the top. I don't have any money for that, nor any interest. I think it should be illegal, but what do we have? We have what it is. So it's more important than ever for you guys to share the stream by using the share button and word of mouth, or we have to shut down. I'll have to get a job, but it is what it is. So everything is appreciated. You don't have to give money. You can give with a link. So good night, friends. Stay safe and good luck.